Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and this is where MAGA comes to talk. Welcome, one and all, to the program. You know, we are beyond blessed to have Donald Trump as our president. There's no getting around it, right? I mean, you guys agree with that? I mean, it does not get better than Donald Trump. And President Trump, one of the things that makes him so great is he's doing the things that Republicans have talked about forever and a day, and they really had no intention of ever doing any of it. Just to give you some examples, Roe v. Wade I believe, out of everything President Trump does, Roe v. Wade may go down in history as his greatest accomplishment because so many people are going to be born because he overturned Roe v. Wade. And I mean, over the course of the future of this nation, how many millions of people will be born that would not have been, right, if he had not overturned Roe v. Wade? And you look what he's doing with the crime, cleaning up the crime in D.C., federalizing law enforcement in D.C., taking over the police department, putting it under Pam Bondi, who the president said yesterday is the greatest attorney general ever. So that means we got to stick by her. There's some things going on we don't know about that Trump is very happy about with Pam Bondi, so that's good. And sending the National Guard out on the streets. It's been a week without a murder in D.C., which is the first week they have not had a murder in D.C. in quite some time. And he said yesterday when he was with all the cops and everyone and the agents in D.C., he said not only that, they're going to clean up the city by fixing the manhole covers, paving the streets, even changing the falling down street signs that are 30 plus years old. But then he said, we're cleaning up the crime in the city here, and then we're going to move on to other cities. One of the biggest problems that people have been talking about in this country my entire life is the crime in the major cities. And what has any politician, and I'll narrow it down, besides Trump, we'll just say Republicans, what have any Republicans done about any of this? They've done nothing. And President Trump is doing the things that Republicans have teased us with to vote for them without having any intention on doing it. And there's some other things too, including this new thing he's doing with the visa holders, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. But it is really, truly amazing, this presidency. He is the first Republican president to do what the Republican platform promises and what they promised to do. And it's so amazing. And we're very spoiled because we're going to have other MAGA presidents, and we got a great bench. None of them will equal Donald Trump. He is just absolutely amazing. He has changed everything. Now, today is Friday, and on Friday's show, it is Open Phones on Friday. We call it Open MAGA Mike Friday, and on Open MAGA Mike Friday, you can call in about any and everything on your mind, not just the things that I talk about, okay? Any and everything on your mind is fair game on Friday's show. And this is, I'm not on the radio yet. I've started the live streams early this morning, so it's not even, if you're watching live, it's not even 5:30 yet in the morning. So because we're not on the radio, there's some restrictions I have to abide by on the radio so far as content that I don't have to abide by when I'm just streaming online. So in this pre-show, if you'd like to call in, if you're watching live, the number is pinned in the live chat. It's 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you're watching. And you can call in about anything and everything you want on Friday's show. You don't even have to comment on the topics I bring up, but there's a lot of big ones. So the border is another issue that Republicans talked about for years and years and years without any intention on doing anything about it. And, it was frustrating for me doing a show during that time before Trump came down the escalator, because the border, listen, there's never been a period in American history since we've settled the West, okay, that Mexico was not a problem. We've always had problems with Mexico. And we very well may always have problems with Mexico to some extent. But the border issue has been a problem for decades, for over half a century. It's been a big problem really been a problem since at least the 50s, maybe even before. But the problem not only got worse over the years, the Democrats turned it into really an industry, if you think about it, right? They turned it into an industry. And what the Democrats did was, with their NGOs, and everything else they have going on, they became allied with those who were bringing illegals into the country. And it was very frustrating because prior to Trump coming down the escalator, even though the problem was just awful, especially during those Obama years, that was some of the worst, no one was going to do anything about it. In fact, most Republicans at the time, prior to Trump coming down the escalator, were talking about a path to amnesty and a path to citizenship. Remember all that talk? And Marco Rubio, who's great now, I mean, he's great. He very well could be our second or third MAGA president. He's doing a great job as Secretary of State. He was much younger back then, but even Marco Rubio was talking about, well, we need a pathway to well, there is a pathway to citizenship, but they want to bypass that path. And we almost lost our country to the illegal immigration at the border. You know, on yesterday's show, I was talking about a poll that CNN went over, that over the last year, about half of young people between 18 and 21 have not had sex in the last year. That number is drastically down from prior decades. And a lot of people on the face of that may say, well, that's great old family values. That's not why sex is down with young people. You know, you want the young adults. When I say young adults, I'm talking about over 18. You want them to have sex, so we reproduce. You have to reproduce. That's how the species continues. That's how American civilization continues. And the reason there's so much less sex is there's various reasons, but none of it has to do with celibacy taking hold and celibacy rings like the Jonas Brothers used to wear and stuff. It's through all this liberal weirdness that they have promoted. And the left had stopped reproductive sex among Americans over the years to a point where the birth rate and the death rate were about the same. The birth rate is just slightly over the death rate. It's very close to the death rate, which is not good. And there was no sign in it increasing because of all the gender weirdness and everything. You guys know, I don't have to go through it all. And the great replacement theory that Tucker Carlson made famous, that people talk about and liberals would get upset about, that was a real thing. The Democrats, you know, at some point, the Democrats realized when Obama was president, they realized this, that they were done in this country. You know, right now we're seeing the Democrats are done. They foresaw this, okay, over 10 years ago. And so what they did to try to save their party was bring in as many illegals from all over the planet as they possibly could. And without question, they were replacing us. When I say us, I mean the American people. I don't mean white people, I mean the American people. The Democrats knew when Obama was president that they had lost the American people, that they couldn't win us over, right? With the Tea Party first, and then the MAGA movement with President Trump. And what they said was, you know, they if you go back and if you remember when Obama was president, one of the things he used to talk about a lot was this. He would say things like, and I remember in particular there was an interview with Michelle Obama and Barack together talking about one of their issues. I can't remember what it was, but they would say things like, well, you know, the problem is the messaging. They didn't think that their policies were not supported by the American people. Obamacare was the big one, right? Or the bailout of General Motors, which was unpopular. Obama both Obamas, Barack and Michelle would say, it's not, the people support our policies. We're just not communicating what the policies are well enough, so they don't understand all this goodness we're doing. They used to talk about that. I'm not kidding. But at some point they realized we've lost the American people. They could not understand why middle-class, hardworking Americans were voting Republican. So they said, you know what, we're just going to replace them with illegals from all over the world. Whether it's flying people here by the hundreds of thousands from the Middle East or bringing millions up to the southern border, we're gonna do it. And Donald Trump has saved this from the moment he came down the escalator, okay? But the re-election is to the second and non-consecutive term has really cemented it. Donald Trump has saved American civilization. He has saved our country, no doubt about it. But he's also saved our civilization, and that is so true on a level that I don't think very many people appreciate. By the way, obviously, this is the pre-show. I started the program earlier. I told you guys yesterday, my local Starbucks where I get my coffee, they started opening up at 5 a.m. And I just found this out a couple of days ago. So, and I'm the first customer, right? I'm walking out with my coffee at 5:01. So on the days that I can, because sometimes I have things I got to do, work-wise before I go on the air, or if I have to go to the radio station, it might be a little difficult. But on the days that I can, I'm going to start the live stream earlier and do a bit of a pre-show like I'm doing now. Oh, I forgot to turn the phones on because it's doing it so early. Hold on, let me do a little behind the scenes, guys. Okay, just turn them on. Let me check. Sorry if you've been calling. It was just probably going to voicemail. Okay. Okay, now the phones are on. Okay, good. It was just going to voicemail before. I apologize for that, guys. I got everything on but the phones. Well, better find that out now than in 3 hours, right? Like, what? What's going on? So anyway, since I can get my fresh coffee at 5 a.m., I can get on the air sooner. So on every day that I can, I am going to come on as early as I can and start the show early. And I hope you guys enjoy that, even though I might, because I set the live stream up on YouTube early. It might say 6 a.m. That doesn't mean I'm going to come on at 6 a.m. I might come on like today. What time did I come on today? Maybe 5:15, 5:20, something like that. I might come on at 5:30. I might come on at 5:20. I might come on at 5:45. I'll come on as early as I can. So make sure that you're not only subscribed, but you've got the notification bell clicked. And I'd like to tell you guys, if you'd like to support my channel and my content and everything I bring to you, become a Patreon supporter and also support by going on the air earlier every morning. If you become a Patreon supporter, there's a lot of perks and benefits that Patreon supporters get. One, you get commercial-free editions of all of my podcast episodes, right? So when I host a podcast, I edit out all the commercials and upload it for Patreon supporters. So you get commercial-free editions of all of my podcast episodes if you become a Patreon supporter. Plus, there's a lot of content that my wife and I both upload to my Patreon page that we post and upload nowhere else. So you get a lot of exclusive content on top of the commercial-free editions of all the podcast episodes. If you become a top Patreon supporter, you get a live on-air thank you shout-out on every podcast episode. And I put your name up on the screen on YouTube when I go over that. So become a Patreon supporter. If you would, the link is in the description of the video, patreon.com/RealBrianCraigShow. And that supports all my content I bring to you, which is a lot. I bring you guys a lot of content, and I think pretty good content. The link is in the description of the video to my Patreon page, or you can just go to the direct website, Real Brian Craig Show, patreon.com/Real Brian Craig Show. So, yeah, so the Democrats under Obama realized that there was no hope in them winning over the middle-class Americans anymore. And they just gave up, okay? They just gave up. And then they started replacing us with illegals. And some they would let in legally on visas and things that shouldn't be getting them to replace us. And when the new arrivals would get here that they called newcomers, right out of that Alien Nation movie with James Caan, they would set them up in a life of retirement. They wouldn't have to work. I mean, you know, what time did you get up? Are you at work right now? Are you up early going to work? Are you in the middle of your shift somewhere in the world? They set these illegals up with a 100% retirement plan. They got the Section 8 housing. They got the EBT, their kids. They got free daycare by sending their kids to school all day. They get college education, everything. And that was their plan. And if President Trump had not been reelected to the second and non-consecutive term, America would have fallen. It would have fallen. And we were on the road to becoming a third world nation. And President Trump stopped them in their tracks. And he has completely reversed that. You know, and shutting down the southern border, there have been no illegals that have come over for 2 months. We're in the third month now since it's been completely shut down. We'll find out what happens at the end of this month. And the deportations are going on like mad. And now this new thing, this is some real outside-of-the-box thinking. Trump administration reviewing all 55 million foreigners with U.S. visas for possible deportable violations. Well, holy crap. Is that insane? Did you realize there's 55 million in this country with visas? Jeez. What's the Alexa, what's the population of California?
According to the 2020 U.S. Census, the population of California is 39.
Okay, Alexa, stop. So the population of California is 39 million. And there's 55 million foreigners here on visas. So that's greater than the population of California are here on visas. That's absolutely nuts. And President Trump ordering them to review the 55 million visas, that's the kind of outside-the-box thinking that you want in a president. And it's also an example of what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, that we haven't had a Republican president who's done anything to accomplish the platform of the Republican Party before our greatest president, Donald Trump. Let's go through this and I'll go over this on the radio too. This is a big story today. The Trump administration's concerted mass deportation efforts are about to kick into another gear. As the Associated Press reported, the State Department revealed that they were putting all 55 million foreigners with visa on notice that they could be deported for violations of immigration rules. Did you realize or even think about that there's 55 million people on visas in this country? The Associated Press writes, in a written answer to a question posed by the Associated Press, the department said that all U.S. visa holders are subject to continuous vetting with an eye towards any indication that they could be ineligible for the document. Should such information be found, the visa will be revoked, and if the visa holder is in the United States, he or she would be subject to deportation. The department said it was looking for indicators of ineligibility, including visa overstays, criminal activity, threats to public safety, engaging in any form of terrorist activity, or providing support to a terrorist organization. We review all available information as part of our vetting, including law enforcement or immigration records or any other information that comes to light after visa issuance indicating a potential ineligibility, the department said. The AP further notes that all foreign visa holders' social media accounts will be examined. Oh, boy. Along with law enforcement and immigration records in their native countries, and any actionable, see, the tariffs work. See, President Trump can get access to the records of people, criminal records in other countries, because they're going to open up their records to the United States because of the tariffs. It's another example of how tariffs work. Let me go back. The AP further notes that all foreign visa holders' social media accounts will be examined, along with law enforcement and immigration records in their native countries, and any actionable violations of American law committed while they were in the country. This is great stuff. By the way, if you're here live, of course, you can call me live. I apologize for not turning the phones on earlier, but if you'd like to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. And it is Friday, so it is open phones on Friday, open MAGA Mike Friday. You're welcome to call in about any and everything on your mind on Friday's show. The number is 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. Now, this is back to the AP article. As part of the Trump administration's commitment to protect U.S. national security and public safety, since Inauguration Day, the State Department has revoked more than twice as many visas, including nearly 4 times as many student visas as during the same time period last year, the department said. As the Gateway Pundit has extensively reported, the Trump administration has made illegal immigration one of its top priorities following the Biden regime's willful neglect of immigration law, which resulted in the worst invasion in American history. Thanks to Trump's efforts, the border is more secure than it has ever been in U.S. history. Moreover, America is on track for the first migration decline since the 1960s. Now, I don't know how they did that in the 60s exactly. But they did it. So far, the foreign population in America has fallen by 1.6 million. That's a lot. And the rope is tightening even further on the invaders, the Gateway Pundit writes. Last week, the Department of Homeland Security deported more than 1,400 illegal aliens every day for the past 2 weeks, setting a new pace for the promise of mass deportations that won President Donald Trump a second term. Plus, the border has been shut down. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, the 55 million visa violators. You know, in my lifetime, when I've heard people talk about the border, I really, prior to Trump, had resigned myself to the idea that no one was going to do anything about it, because I listened to all these Republicans talk about it, just like the crime. You know, they talk about the crime in the cities, which is god-awful. Washington, D.C. is the perfect city for them to start, because it is the nation's capital, and there's all kinds of legal authority that allow the federal government to move in because it's the capital city. You know, so they're doing it. But when President Trump said they're going to, after they're done with D.C., they're going to move into other cities, it's about time. You know, how many people have you heard talk about the number of murders in D.C.? You know, and one of the problems we have is that liberals, I believe, the Democrats, like the violence in their cities. I really do. I think they use it as a way to keep control. They keep people living in fear. And if people are worried just about their survival and the survival of their families, or, you know, what the crime does is make people in a community enemies, makes people very tribal. And if you look at the entire Democrat strategy, beyond just gerrymandering, I'm talking about with the voting population, the Democrats are always looking to keep people divided, right? Black against white, gay against Christian, the list goes on, right? Feminist against men. And because the Democrats understand when the people of this country are not being divided by these artificial things, we're united against the Democrats. So I think they like the crime for a number of reasons. One of them, it keeps the communities divided so they can't rise up against them. What I mean by rise up against them is they can't unelect them. And those days are over, because people in these high crime blue cities like Chicago and elsewhere are seeing the crime drop in D.C. Nobody buys this crap that these protesters are real, organic, resident protesters. I mean, you know, what person would go and join a protest protesting against a crime crackdown in your own neighborhood. Nobody would do that. That makes no sense. These are the hire a crowd people. And the hire a crowd people are what we got here that are saying, no, get out. They were chanting Black Lives Matter yesterday. Not only has there not been a murder in a week in Washington, D.C., the violent crimes with weapons are down dramatically, as much as 83%. And they're moving into the rest of the city because they've started in the tourist area, the train station. They're going to move out into the suburbs of D.C. as well. It's a slow takeover of the domestic criminals. These are domestic terrorists in these cities. And you may have seen the story today. A local judge in D.C., they're letting the thugs out that almost killed Big Balls, who was the inspiration for this entire crime crackdown. One of the things that really have to be looked at are these radical judges, right? We had, yesterday there was one judge who's letting out the people that almost killed Big Balls, an Obama judge. There was another Obama judge who ordered the shutdown of Alligator Alcatraz here in Florida. Good luck with that. That's not going to happen. And these judges are lawless. They're as criminal as Letitia James. And these judges, they're radical revolutionary Soros judges who are out there to bring down, using their gavels, they're out there to bring down the United States. And that's what happens. I mean, remember Judge Janine said in one of her press conferences last week after the federal takeover of the police, she was talking about someone who was underage. They were a minor. They shot someone on a bus in the chest, and the judge gives them probation. The country has been taken over by radical revolutionaries looking to destroy it. And the Democrats have embraced these radical revolutionaries. This as an example, this talk of the Smithsonian. Someone on CNN said yesterday that Democrats, they said Republicans, you look at America history from all the great accomplishments and events. Democrats look at America and American history at all the negative things, and they look at everything as a negative. And that's true. So you have a bunch of I remember when I was a kid growing up, and I would hear Republicans in the 80s and 90s said this a lot. A lot of Republicans said the left are the hate America first crowd. And when I was young, I didn't understand that, because I was like, come on, we're in America. How can they hate the country? And I realized they do. They hate the country. And what the left believe, as crazy as this is, what the left believe is this. They believe that if America did not exist, the world would be a utopia. That every problem in the world, the root cause is the United States. That's the sick way that they view the planet. When the opposite is true. Okay? If America did not exist today, the world not only would have an economic collapse, but the world would break out in complete global war. The United States, with the Russians, won the Second World War. Okay, the United States and Russia won that war. We were on one front, they were on the other. That's why Russia is not our enemy. All this talk, they want us to hate Russia, hate Putin. I'm not saying what he did invading Ukraine was right, but it's a civil war going on there. It's not our business. And Russia is not our enemy. The world is in a state of relative peace and prosperity today because of the United States and Russia defeating the Nazis and winning the Second World War. That is a fact. And all these liberals who think that all the problems in the world are of the United States' fault, they see the world like a lunatic, like a Charlie Manson type mindset. They're completely and utterly insane. And that is oh so true. Now, if you'd like to support my program, go to mypillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout and load up right now. Free shipping on all orders that equal $100 or more. Pretty good deal, huh? If your order equals $100 or more, it's free shipping. So it's a good time to do some Christmas shopping. And you can use my promo code Kane, by the way, on every special at mypillow.com, no matter what it says. And you can also use my promo code Kane at Mike Lindell's My Store as well and get a lot of huge discounts there too. And every time you use my promo code Kane at checkout, you are supporting my content, all of it, right? The radio show, my podcast, my YouTube channel, everything that I bring you. And you're also supporting the great Mike Lindell. Look at that My Cross, 50% off with my promo code Kane at checkout. The one that Mike Lindell wears, and there's a version for women too that's a little smaller. See, this is the female version. It's a little smaller. And huge discount on that with my promo code Kane. And when you buy that, it is free shipping because it's $100 or more. Right now, the Percal sheets, you're saving $90. All the sheets, any size, any color, just $29.98. Twin, queen, king, split king, California king, no matter what size, no matter what color, no matter what pattern, just $29.88. So if you buy 4 sets of them, you get free shipping with my promo code Kane at checkout. And as I said, you can use my promo code on all of the specials there. 30% off the energy drink. I've had the energy drink. It is really good. My favorite's the green apple. Kind of reminds me of the green apple Jolly Rancher. So if you'd like to support my channel, go to mypillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout. And I want to mention something, too, about this. I referenced something yesterday, and then I saw something in the afternoon about it, and I want to talk about it before we go live on the radio in about 12 minutes. There was a story yesterday that Bed Bath & Beyond is pulling out of California. And a lot of conservatives are getting behind Bed Bath & Beyond because they're standing up to Gavin Newsom. Bed Bath & Beyond has been going out of business for the last couple of years because they are one of those companies that banished Mike Lindell and My Pillow products from their shelves. The one in my neighborhood went out of business about 2 years ago. And I suspect they're pulling out of California because business is bad. And they rejected MAGA. When they kicked out Mike Lindell out of Bed Bath & Beyond because he is MAGA and supports President Trump. And I heard an interview. I didn't watch the whole interview, but I saw some of it on YouTube. Glenn Beck interviewed the CEO, and I didn't hear him bring that up. And the CEO said something like, well, now he likes Trump. He didn't like Trump before, but now he realized he's pro-business. What a bunch of BS that is, okay? And the reason the prices are so low with my promo code Kane at checkout at mypillow.com is because because he got kicked out of Bed Bath & Beyond and Walmart and all these stores, the prices that you're paying now with my promo code Kane at checkout are the prices that Bed Bath & Beyond and Walmart would pay. These are those big box store wholesale discounts. But my memory is very, very strong that Bed Bath & Beyond thought that Make America Great Again was a domestic hate group or a terrorist organization. And they kicked out Mike Lindell because their hate. Now they're on the verge of going completely out of business at Bed Bath & Beyond. So they're trying to be pro-Trump. And I'd like to know how that I wonder if that interview with Glenn Beck was a paid interview. I don't know. But I thought it was a bizarre interview. Don't you? It was a little strange. That's just me, but you I also got a comment. Let me see if I can pull this up. I do read the YouTube comments that you guys leave, guys. Yes, this is the pre-show. We're not on the radio quite yet. I got a comment from a woman who works at Cracker Barrel. See if I can find it. No, it's a guy. It's a man who works there. Barry. I'm not sure I can pull it up to show you guys, but you know what I'll do? I'm going to take a screenshot and I'm going to post it on X, and then I'll read it to you because I want you guys to see this because it is a very good question. This is a comment that he left. I'll pull it up on X. Okay. We got a few minutes till we go live. Let me pull this up. Let's see here. This is a guy who watches on YouTube the program, and he works at Cracker Barrel, and he left me a comment. Here we go. He left this comment on YouTube, Barry. He said, I started working for Cracker Barrel almost 4 months ago. It's a great place to work. I never thought the changing of a logo would cause so much controversy. I'm really worried now about my job. I don't agree with going woke, never have and never will. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Barry here. And, what he's probably worried about is his hours getting cut. Because this story just went through the roof, and and all the discussion that I had yesterday and everyone had around the country, we didn't talk about the employees. Like I said, I go to Cracker Barrel once or twice a year. My wife and I get Thanksgiving dinner there and do takeout. And when you're an empty, this Thanksgiving, our daughter will be home with us, and she moved back to Florida, but when she moved to California, who wants to do dishes? So we just go to get to, and they have a special thing for Thanksgiving. It was pretty good. And we also get Christmas dinner there when we're alone. But I've never had a bad experience with an employee at Cracker Barrel. And those are hard. People that work in restaurants that in any capacity are such hard workers. And I do feel bad, and this guy, he just started working there. And I mean, this is something you got to consider. What do you guys think about this? This is one of those unintended consequences because a lot of the Cracker Barrel, at least here in Florida, okay, the Cracker Barrels are generally off of an exit off of I-95, and a lot of those exits, some of them are in major cities. Like there's one not far from me that's in a major community. But a lot of them, you get off of I-95 and there's a Cracker Barrel there, and there's really nothing else. There's no town really to speak of, a small community, and there's not a lot of jobs. And getting a job at the local Walmart or Cracker Barrel is a pretty good gig to get in some of these small towns. So I do feel bad for Barry, and I hope he doesn't get his hours cut back. However, the outrage was so strong against Cracker Barrel, they do have an opportunity to correct this. They've remodeled some restaurants, okay? So the ones they've remodeled, I don't expect them to go back. But they could stop the remodels moving forward. I heard this morning they're spending $700 or $800 billion on this campaign. Or I'm sorry, million? I said billion, no. 700 or 800 million. They're spending almost $1 billion. And I'm here to tell you that if they stop the remodeling, stop the logo change, made a big announcement, okay, they could reverse this. If the board of directors fired this woke idiot that did this, bring in a good American, and announce there will be no further remodeling. We will not only will we not change the logo, the restaurants where the signs have been changed will be changed back. They'll save most of that $800 million because they've only remodeled a handful of restaurants. And they'll get so much free good publicity that I think I would probably go out and have a meal that week. It's almost kind of like the new Coke. Any of you guys remember when new Coke came out? Everyone hated it. And people weren't buying Coke. They were ticked off. And I remember nobody liked the new Coke. And then a very little time went by and they went back. And they called it Coke Classic. And I remember the CEO came out. It was very funny. He said, new Coke tastes almost as bad as Pepsi. So they went back. They made a very bad business decision and reversed it. And this could be done if they fire the CEO, if they fire the CEO and apologize, see, Bud Light went a step further because they hired that weirdo to be their spokesperson, okay? And that was just too much, and it grossed people out. Cracker Barrel has an opportunity to correct it. If they fire the woman, hire a good pro-American guy, apologize, and invite the president and the cabinet to come and have a meal at the local D.C. Cracker Barrel, or one of the ones in Palm Beach I'd prefer near Mar-a-Lago. That could do it. All right, now we're coming up on the top of the hour, so the radio show will start in a few minutes. And I know some of you have been on hold. I didn't get to the calls. I'll take calls in the next hour when the show starts. But remember, the calls from this point forward will be on the radio, so no profanity, guys. What do you got? Do you guys like me coming on early? Would you like me to do this as much as I can? I can't do it every day, but on the days I can, I will. You know, I want them to correct it. I saw someone yesterday, I wish I'd have thought of this, with the logo update at Cracker Barrel. That's Mike at the radio station. They said they got rid of the cracker and the barrel because they got rid of the white guy. I thought that was pretty funny. I wish I'd have thought of that. Okay, we'll be live in 4.5 minutes. Getting a lot of yeses. Good, well, I appreciate it. Yeah, make sure you click the notification bell because the time I come on live will float a little bit, okay, depending on my schedule in the morning. So I'll still set the live stream for 6 a.m., but even though it's set for 6 a.m., I'll come on at 5:15, 5:30, 5:40, whenever I can. Some days I've got to do audio production for the radio station or my podcast before I go on the air. And today is not one of those days. Let me turn the air down. It's kind of hot in here. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't hear any no's about the coming on early. Yeah, well, that's great. But coming on early can be an energy struggle for me because the show can be pretty intense. It takes a lot of energy to do a show. This is a little more laid back, but the radio show takes a lot of energy. And after the radio show, about an hour after, around 10 o'clock every day, I'm like, for a little while, I'm like, oh, I guess the adrenaline, and then boom, you know. 3 minutes, and then we'll be live on the radio. Yeah, we used to do 4 hours. We used to be on from 6 until 10. And that was before I was live streaming. That was many years ago. That was before I was live streaming the show and everything. And that last hour was always a struggle. But I've wanted to go to 4 hours for quite some time. But I am so working from home so much helps with that. But going another hour at the end has always been a bit of a like, because when I get to 9 o'clock, I'm like wiped out. So maybe starting earlier is the way to do it. But, you know, yesterday there was so much cheering on of the stock price dropping. You want to be on my podcast? Well, you can call me on the air. I don't know who you are. You can call me on the air. It is open phones on Friday. The number is pinned in the live chat. If you want to be on the program, just pick up the phone and call. No profanity. We'll be on the radio less than 2 minutes, guys. Yeah, they would have to fire the CEO, bring in a good American person, apologize, which is to the country for what they did. And I don't expect them to put the restaurants they've remodeled back, but they could change the signage on the ones that they've remodeled and stop the remodeling. And I don't buy this cover story that they did it because they're looking to bring in new customers and everything else. I just think that they have a woke woman running the joint, and she's screwed up. Okay, less than a minute. Looking for some commercial copy, but I can't find it. There we go. All right, it is showtime. Although we've been on like 45 minutes already. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and you are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. We got a lot to cover on the program today. President Trump's making a huge move with illegals that no one's ever thought of before, which I'm going to get into in a moment. And it is also Friday. I can't believe it's Friday already. Where did the week go, Mike? Where did the week go? The week flew by. It is Friday, but I work 7 days a week, so but maybe that's why it seems like it's Friday already. But yeah, it's Friday, and of course on Friday's program it is Open Phones. We don't like to call it Open Phone Friday because that was Rush's thing. And one of our listeners, Christine in Pennsylvania, came up with the best name for Friday's show, and I like it, and I use it. Open MAGA Mike Friday. It is Open MAGA Mike Friday. And on Open MAGA Mike Friday, you are welcome to call in about any and everything on your mind. You don't even have to comment on the stories that Steve or I bring up on Friday's show. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are listening. Now, with that being said, there's a lot of things I am going to cover, even though you don't have to comment on them and you can call in about anything, but there's still some big things I want to cover. I'm going to get to President Trump's big immigration move shortly, but I got a message from one of our listeners that listens to the program that works at Cracker Barrel that I want to share with you all, and I would like to hear your comments on this. Cracker Barrel really messed up. Now, this woke lady CEO, she may not see it that way. She may tell herself, we don't want these MAGA crazies in our restaurants. Whatever. They made a mistake, a pretty big mistake. And the outrage over Cracker Barrel is at an appropriate level of outrage, I believe. We've had 2 days of people talking about it. It continues, and it should be exposed and talked about. No doubt about it. What they did was wrong. I saw someone on X yesterday. They posted something that I wish I would have thought of this on the show yesterday. They were talking about the new logo. They got rid of the white, and they said they got rid of the cracker and the barrel. I thought that was pretty funny, and it's true. And it's pretty bad. Now, the way the great capitalist system operates, other restaurant chains are taking advantage of this. Steak and Shake is coming out and attacking Cracker Barrel and saying, "Come on to our place." But I got a message that one of our listeners who works at Cracker Barrel left for me in the middle of the night. On YouTube, and I want to read this. Their name is Barry, and they wrote this. He said, I started working for Cracker Barrel almost 4 months ago. It's a great place to work. I never thought the changing of a logo would cause so much controversy. I'm really worried now about my job. I don't agree with going woke, never have and never will. That's sad. I saw that this morning, and when I was going through messages people leave for me, and Barry, who left that message, my heart goes out to Barry. I want to say this. Yesterday there was so much news coverage about Cracker Barrel yesterday, and by the middle of the day, what the discussion began to turn into was a stock market watch on Cracker Barrel stock, which closed down almost 8% at close yesterday. The Cracker Barrel stock. That's a lot of money they lost yesterday. And people were rooting for the stock to tank yesterday. And Barry here, who has worked at Cracker Barrel for 4 months, I don't know what he does there at Cracker Barrel. I've never worked in food service. But let me tell you something. People who do, they work so hard, man. They work so hard. They're on their feet all day. It's really a thankless job, and they're underpaid. Now, they get no tax on tips now, but it's still, it's a tough job. And I've had friends who have worked in food service, and when they work for a company that's corporate, like Cracker Barrel, I've not known anyone who worked at Cracker Barrel, but I've known people that have worked at corporate restaurants, fast food and others. And they told me that there was a code on the cash registers. This was when I was in high school. I remember friends of mine telling me this that worked at Burger King and McDonald's and Arby's and stuff and Taco Bell, that there was a code on the cash register that could calculate how much the location was bringing in compared to how much they were paying out in the hourly wages, and they'd send people home based on how busy or not busy it was, right? And when I was in high school and I worked at Publix, they would call, if it got busy, they'd call you in. If it wasn't busy and it was dead, they'd send you home early all the time. So what Barry's worried about here is not just his job in the long term, he's worried about his hours being cut. If he's at Cracker Barrel at his location and business is slow, they're going to cut his hours back. So I want to throw this out to you all. If you're on hold, stand by. I want to throw this out to you all. While this is the worst corporate decision since the Bud Light decision, this is something that I think can be fixed by Cracker Barrel if they act quickly. And by quickly, I mean by Monday, really should be today. What Bud Light did was very well maybe impossible to overcome. They hired that weirdo that grosses everybody out and made them their spokesperson. That can't be reversed. It just can't. Now, if they get Sydney Sweeney or somebody else to start being a spokesperson for Bud Light, maybe, but no. Men do not want to be seen drinking a Bud Light, even if it's a draft in an unlabeled glass at a bar. They don't want anybody to know or think that they're drinking Bud Light. And I used to drink Bud Light, on a hot day. My favorite beer is Guinness. But my next favorite is Michelob. I'm a Michelob guy. But on a hot day at a bar before all this weirdness happened with Bud Light, a cold Bud Light draft was fine to me, okay? And but I haven't had a Bud Light since then, and I won't. There's no way I'm going to drink a Bud Light. Are you kidding? Would you? No. But what's happened at Cracker Barrel, I think, could be reversed if they act immediately. This is what they'd have to do. Fire this woke idiot woman that's running the company into the toilet. Fire her. Bring in a new CEO who's a pro-American person. You know who I'd offer to be CEO of Cracker Barrel? Do you know, out of who would you pick? If you were the board of directors of Cracker Barrel, you've got a terrible thing that just happened. Okay, you've got a terrible thing that just happened. You fire this lady's CEO. Who would you bring in? You know who I'd hire to be the CEO of Cracker Barrel? Carrie Lake. She's at Voice of America. I'm sure there weren't enough cabinet positions left. I would hire Carrie Lake to be the CEO of Cracker Barrel. I would hire Paula Deen to be the spokesperson to come up with some new menu items. Okay, so you could have some great Paula Deen cooking. I would make an announcement that all remodeling will stop. The logo will be reverted back into all locations where the signage has been changed to the new logo. It's going to be changed back, and I would apologize. I'd also announce not only Kari Lake as CEO. Would that be amazing? Heck yeah, it'd be amazing. Paula Deen putting together some new menu items and being a spokesperson for Cracker Barrel. I'd also announce that all of the Cracker Barrel Old Country stores nationwide will sell My Pillows and, of course, offer Make America Great Again hats. I'd start carrying them in the Old Country store at every Cracker Barrel nationwide. And it could be reversed, this damage that they've done. But you know, this idiot CEO, even though she's damaged her company right now, and by the way, how many of you, if they did what I said, would you be happy? Would you say, wow, that's awesome? Would you go and have a dinner this weekend at Cracker Barrel with your family? My wife told me something. I had not heard this before. My wife told me yesterday that they don't have the rocking chairs anymore. Are you kidding me? They don't have the rocking chairs anymore at Cracker Barrel? What's up with that? All right, if you're on hold, stand by. It is Open Manga Mike Friday, open phones on Friday. Any and everything on your mind is fair game on Friday's show. If you'd like to call in, please do. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what I brought up, but you're welcome to call in about anything on your mind on the program. Our number is 888-465-2631. I think that my plan, the Craig plan, would save Cracker Barrel. And I think Kari Lake would take the job in a heartbeat. I would love to go to Cracker Barrel and have a nice Southern fried chicken dinner with a new recipe from the great Paula Deen, wouldn't you? Heck yeah, I would. All right, if you're on hold, don't go anywhere. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. I'm Brian. We'll be right back. What do you guys think? Is that a good idea? Would that get you back in Cracker Barrel? It'd get me back. Now listen, if you're 65 years of age or older, call Chapter. You know, millions and millions of seniors that are Medicare recipients are not getting all the benefits they're entitled to. Call Chapter. They cover all 50 states. All 50 states. No matter what state you're in, call them. They'll answer all your questions completely free. It never costs you anything. Make sure you're getting all the benefits you're entitled to. Also, the average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year on their Medicare. So make sure you're getting all the benefits you're entitled to and you're not being ripped off paying too much. When you call the number's in the description of the video. It's also on the screen. I'm going to give it to you in just a moment. When you call Chapter, no matter what state you're in, give them a call, even the District of Columbia. You're going to get a live agent on the line who will be able to help you. They'll answer all your questions in just a few short minutes. 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. That's 805-754-3033 for Chapter. All right? And that's Barry's comment that he left me on YouTube this morning in the middle of the night. It'll be about 2 a.m. I don't know where he's located. But I understand where he's coming from, and I feel bad for him. Okay, let's see. What time will we be back? Okay. And by the way, you guys that are just joining, right now we're at we're coming up on 1 hour. I started the stream early, so I'm going to start. I started yesterday. I started the program at 5:30 yesterday East Coast time. Today I started at 20 after 5. So I'm going to start coming on early. I can't give it a set time because it depends on how busy I am before I go on the air. But the show will be starting early, so make sure that you're not only subscribed, but that you have the notification bell clicked. Because even though I'm coming on early, I'm still going to set it for 6 a.m. Okay? Now, so because I don't know exactly what time. Some days I may not come on till 6. Some days, like today, I came on at 20 after 5. Yesterday I came on at 5:30. So because I'm so busy in the morning, sometimes I have to do work for my podcast or the radio station before I go on the air, or I'm running late, or I have more show prep to do, or something holds me up. So I don't want to set it to a time. But make sure you got that notification bell clicked. And I'd appreciate it. And with the callers, because in that time period, I don't have the restrictions that you would I have on the radio. I don't have to be so strict on the content of the calls during that time. And it's also a little laid back, don't you think? We'll be back in less than a minute. If you're on hold, hang in there. Yep, if you want to call in, the number's pinned in the live chat. Mm-hmm. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. This is the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. Did it rain at your house yesterday? Oh, my goodness. Yesterday afternoon, we're now in that everyday afternoon hard rains. Not only was it raining hard yesterday, the winds. I don't have the ability I got to get a device to measure the wind speed at my house. But the palm tree, I was in my living room looking out the front window of my house, watching the palm trees in my front yard. They were moving, man. They were bending. The wind gusts were hard yesterday, weren't they? Holy smokes. And the rains were hard too. If you've got a wet spot on your ceiling, you've got a leak in your roof. And we are in hurricane season, guys, okay? You want to call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. He's a good MAGA guy. He'll never sell you a roof you do not need. If you need just a simple repair, he'll do it. He covers both the east and west coast of Florida and everywhere in between. And he's not just a roofer, he's also a general contractor, which allows him under Florida law to deal directly with your insurance company on the cost of the repair or the replacement of your roof, which speeds things up quite a bit. And it may stop you from having to hire a public adjuster or an attorney, which people do to battle their insurance companies. So, you got to pay those guys. But if Tom can work it out on his own, it'll save you a lot of time and a lot of hassle. And get things done fast. He handles every type of structure and can handle the job of any size as well. Give him a call. This number rings directly to his cell phone, 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. That's 954-604-4602. And his website is laportaroofing.com. All right, give him a call or text on his cell phone, and he'll get right back to you. Okay, so that's my the Craig plan to save Cracker Barrel, and I think there's no question that it could be saved. Not only could they be saved, I just want to mention one other thing. Hiring Carrie Lake as CEO, that would be, and I love Paula Deen. They canceled her for nothing. I couldn't believe what they canceled her for. Do you guys remember what happened to Paula Deen? During the BLM uprising of nonsense, she was targeted in some kind of lawsuit, and she was being sued for some type of racial discrimination. Give me a break. The great Paula Deen. And she's being sued because she's rich, right? Rich people get sued all the time because they're rich. She was under oath, and they asked her if she ever used the N-word. And she said yes, once. Now, I don't use that kind of language, but the context in which she used it is left out of all these stories. I got Paula Deen on my mind, not just because of Cracker Barrel. She was interviewed by someone. I saw a little bit of it. Who interviewed her the other day? I can't remember who it was. I like Paula Deen. I miss her on the food shows and everything else. But before she was famous, she worked at a bank as a teller, and her bank got robbed by a black man who put a pistol to her head and robbed her. He put a pistol to her head and robbed her. And she used the N-word in describing him to the police 100 years ago, because she's an old lady. And she lost everything because of that. She lost her Food Network contract. She's not on with Gordon Ramsay anymore. Her whole business was destroyed, and her family business destroyed. Now, I don't approve of using that word. However, can she get a pass? The guy put a loaded gun to her head. He was going to kill her in a bank robbery. Can you give her a break for not being politically correct and saying something stupid in that instance? Should she lose everything? I don't think so. Over that in that instance? And when that story happened, there was no anger towards the guy that put the gun to her head by the leftist. But I think Cracker Barrel could resurrect Paula Deen with Carrie Lake. Sometimes you got to have solutions, like Donald Trump. President Trump, he's just the most amazing president this nation has ever had. And we've got some great guys on the bench for future MAGA presidents. Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth. Could you see Pete Hegseth as J.D. or Marco's running mate? I could. Kristi Noem, she's doing such a great job. Did you notice that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino weren't there yesterday at the crime thing? I wonder why. Pam Bondi was. President Trump said she may go down as the greatest attorney general in history. That tells us something's cooking. So that means we got to support her. No more criticizing Pam Bondi. President Trump gave her incredible praise yesterday. Did you watch it? I saw it live. But President Trump, he's a results-driven president. And he gave out an order that was announced last night that is absolutely spectacular. The Trump administration reviewing all 55 million foreigners with U.S. visas for possible deportable violations. How many of you had any idea there were 55 million foreigners here on visitor visas or student visas or any kind of visa or MasterCard or Amex or whatever, I had no idea. And I looked this up before the show. The population of California is less than 40 million, right? It's 38, 39 million. So there are more foreigners in the United States on some type of visa than there are residents of California. So they're going to review all of them, and the deportations will begin. All right, we're going to take our break for the bottom of the hour. It's Friday morning, 27 minutes after the hour. Our number is 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. If you're on hold, stand by. My name is Brian Craig. This is Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. We'll take our break and be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, let me ask you something. What do you do when the system runs out of answers? When the doctors say, there's nothing more we can do, but deep down, you feel like the story isn't over? What if illness isn't the end of your story, but the beginning of a deeper one? Out of the Fire, from author Mark Dixon, is a powerful true story of a woman's resilience, reflection, and awakening after 20 years of MS. It's not about quick fixes. It's about what happens when you finally start listening to your body. If you've ever felt dismissed or overlooked, this this book is for you. Get Out of the Fire, available now on Amazon.
All right, we'll be back shortly, guys. If you're on hold, hang in there. I will get to the calls. Don't worry. Just got a lot to cover. Just over a minute, we'll be back, guys. If you're on hold, hang in there. Welcome. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. And again, I'm going to continue to do the coming on early before the show. So make sure you got that notification bell clicked. It also gives me a bit of a chance to talk about some things I may not be able to talk about on the radio. All right, about 30 seconds. If you're on hold, hang in there. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show. It is Open MAGA Mike Friday. Any and everything on your mind is fair game on Friday's show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning. This is Richie.
Oh,
good
hey,
morning,
Richie.
Brian.
What's up?
I have something that I got to bring up here because, I mean, not for nothing. We took Cracker Barrel, okay? But I'm going to talk about the American consumer with Cracker Barrel, with Disney World, with Bud Light. We have a choice to do what we're going to do. But, you know, there's one company that we've given a pass to in this country that I can't believe that we've given a pass to. There is a company that overcharges for their product on a regular basis.
He's going to tell me Starbucks. Yeah.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm going to say. You got to take your MAGA hat off when you walk in because you're afraid they're going to sabotage your coffee.
Yeah.
These people, they got purple hair, green hair, nose rings, earrings, and they're unionized.
Mm-hmm. You're talking. You want to? Are you going to say the name, or you want me to say it?
Yeah, I'll say it. Starbucks. You know that.
That's right, Starbucks.
But I mean, why we give them a pass?
Who gives them a pass? Who gives them a pass?
MAGA gives them a pass. They frequent their stores and we accept the fact that most of the people working there, believe it or not, are
well, listen,
lunatics.
It is Open MAGA Mike Friday, and you guys that are longtime listeners, I have struggled my entire adult working life to give up coffee. I started drinking coffee when I was 18 and I started working full time.
Not talking about you.
And I go to Starbucks every day, and I'm not even going to tell you how much I spend at Starbucks every month. It's insane.
They're overpriced.
But the coffee that I get every day, I'm going to tell you what every day I get the Venti Hot Blonde Americano. It has 4 shots of espresso in it, and it's less than $5. And once a week, because I get enough rewards, I get a free one. And I do that 7 days a week, okay? I used to get 2 of these, now I get 1. But it's so to get through the show and to be energized because of my addiction, I need those 4 shots of espresso. For me to make
I accept
that. I'm talking to the audience. I'm talking to the audience, and about me and then others. Okay. The reason that I go to Starbucks is people say, "Why don't you make it at home?" Because it's a lot more expensive for me to make it at home. And I had one of those Nespresso machines. It's kind of like the Keurig for espressos. Each shot. How much is each K-cup in that? In the Nespresso?
We stopped because
it's like,
they get those boutiques. They get the boutiques.
They're
in the malls.
They're like over $2 an espresso. So this cup here, if I made it at home, would cost me $10 to $12, not the less than $5. It's $4.80 something for this, right? And regular coffee is not strong enough. If I made with an espresso machine, if I even made it at home, it would cost more. So I patronize this woke company because I'm addicted. I need the caffeine fix. I'm a junkie.
But I'm saying America on a whole, not you, because I understand that. I mean, this is not about you, this one. This one's about that company hiring these left-wing kooks who look down their nose upon us people that walk in there. I'm not saying I don't walk into Starbucks, but if we're going to not give, why attack all these other companies and we give Starbucks a pass?
The thing about Starbucks, I'll tell a couple things about Starbucks. Okay, one, I mentioned when 2 years ago when my wife and I were going to move to Tradition in Port St. Lucie.
Yeah,
I met the real estate agent at the Starbucks up there in Port St. Lucie. I was shocked. Everyone was wearing MAGA hats in a Starbucks. I thought I was in the wrong place. It was crazy. And I do admit they are very liberal at Starbucks here. When I go to Starbucks in the morning, if I'm wearing a Trump shirt, I put on a jacket and zip it up every morning when I go in. And I take my MAGA hat off because what I was doing is I was live streaming on the weekends at some of the Starbucks in my neighborhood, and they started giving me decaf coffee, and I could tell because I was having the withdrawals. So the Starbucks that I go to now, I am undercover MAGA every time I go in there. Okay, and I know, but the thing about it is this: Starbucks, while they are the young people that are liberal, they did something a couple months ago. And by the way, they're not unionized here in Florida. They're only unionized in those union states out west and stuff up north. They did something a couple months ago, Starbucks, the corporate board of directors, they brought in a new CEO who used to run Chipotle, and he put in a dress code, which is a very liberal one. They have to wear a black shirt and they can wear jeans, but they got to wear a black shirt so they all have the same color shirt on. It can be their own T-shirt, but it's got to be black. Oh my goodness, those blue hairs with the nose rings and stuff, they quit by the thousands nationwide because they can't obey one simple rule. So Starbucks did something. The reason they put in that dress code was to get rid of these woke idiots that you're talking about, and they got rid of thousands of them from the workforce.
In our state,
2 months ago.
But I understand.
No, out west, California, Seattle.
Really?
Where they're unionized. They were storming out. How dare they tell me what I gotta wear? I'm out of here.
Well, I'm not against unions because I was a union guy, but I got to ask you a question. You actually go? I go to Publix here, the deli department. They work like animals, yet they're not unionized. And the point I'm bringing up is. They're basically they give fancy names to coffee drinks and call themselves baristas. They're counter workers, my friend. I'm not putting them down.
Listen. people think that a cup of coffee costs $10 at Starbucks. If you don't know what you're doing and you order something fancy, you know, yeah, it could.
Yeah.
If you know how to order, it won't. But the thing about and by the way, they give me free coffee sometimes because I'm the first customer every day. They know me. They don't know too much about me, but they know my face. They know my first name because But the thing about it is, they do work hard. That menu is so big and it's so complex. They do work hard.
Well, Publix works like animals too, and they're not unionized.
They're not unionized. The Starbucks workers aren't unionized here. We're right
but they're trying. There's a national push to unionize all of them, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand. I remember Grand Union. So, I mean, and some of them are really, I mean, it's to me, I mean, that company is really out there. I'm not talking about the
the Trumps go to Starbucks, okay? Kai Trump's on YouTube and I see the Trumps. They go to they go to Starbucks. You know, I get the president doesn't. He's probably got better coffee at home, but
But why are we attacking Disney World? Why are we? In other words,
Disney World. We are Disney World. Disney World. I haven't been to Disney World in years now, and we
do it. We do attack Disney World. We do attack Cracker Barrel. We do attack Bud Light. But we let Starbucks go by.
There's a story. There's a story in the news today that Disney is desperate to get some movies made that'll attract normal people because they've alienated their core audience. A lot of people will not go to Starbucks because they say they hate liberals and veterans and stuff and everything else. But another thing I've noticed about Starbucks in the last few months, they've made a lot of changes. They no longer have the preferred pronouns on their aprons. They used to have the preferred pronouns on their aprons.
Yeah.
Theirs are gone. They used to, during Black History Month, they'd have all this BLM stuff all over the joint.
Yeah,
they'd be wearing BLM T-shirts, and they'd have it all. That's gone. During the Gay Pride Month, I didn't see any Pride stuff up.
Well, they escaped the scrutiny of America.
They've made. What I'm telling you is,
myself.
They've made changes. I'm not saying they're not liberal. Most everybody's liberal.
Oh, they are whacked out, man. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I go there. I'm not saying I don't go there. So
what do you think about my plan for Cracker Barrel to save themselves? Fire this woke idiot, hire Carrie Lake as CEO, and bring Paula Deen in to have a new menu.
Well, here's the deal with that. You would get MAGA, but then you would lose all the kooks. So it's like 50. You lose. Yeah. This country is so divided amongst people. They all look at us and they think we're Nazis. You know that. I don't have to tell you that. They're going to say it's a Nazi company, and you'd have them out there with their signs, just like they're in front of the White House.
The restaurant business. See, they made a big mistake at Cracker Barrel. And Cracker Barrel, most restaurants are having difficulties today because since 2020, people are door dashing it and not physically going into the restaurants as much as they used to. Okay, so that's a problem. But Cracker Barrel is a different kind of restaurant. It's basically a rest stop, and here in Florida, they have them off the I-95 exits. And the reason they have them off the off the I-95 exits and not the turnpike is there really aren't rest stops on I-95. So they pay. It's not and a lot of times you get some of these exits are pretty remote, like where you live, and you go to So a Cracker Barrel's like you can rest, you can have a meal. And if they embrace their core audience of travelers and Americans, they could and fire this lunatic and put the logo back.
In quick. If you ever went to Tennessee and you went to Gatlinburg, Tennessee,
yeah,
okay, there's and Pigeon Forge. there's this restaurant called the Old Mill. Now, I used to go to Cracker Barrel until I went into the Old Mill, which is like an incredible place that's real country, and it makes Cracker Barrel look like a steak place compared to a McDonald's.
Well, what's happened
and ever since
go ahead.
Ever since then, if I go to Cracker Barrel, I feel like I'm eating frozen meals.
Well, I hear you. You know, another thing that's hurt Cracker Barrel is Buc-ee's. Have you been to Buc-ee's?
Yeah.
Have you been to Buc-ee's?
No, they're going to open one here in Stewart.
Richie, you have never been to a place like a Buc-ee's. And they're going to open more in Florida. I can't even describe a Buc-ee's it's like a mashup between a Walmart and it's a mashup between three things: a Walmart, a Cracker Barrel, and a gas station. It's all of it.
Wow, yeah.
And when you go to, I've been to the two in Florida. One's in Daytona, and one's in St. Augustine area. I've been to both of them. It is like it's an all day it's a day trip just to spend the people travel just to go to Buc-ee's and spend the day at Buc-ee's. You've never seen anything like it.
Real quick, I know people on YouTube that go there all the time. They travel from Jersey to Florida. They have two homes.
Yeah.
And they went into a Buc-ee's, and they opened up a new Buc-ee's near Jacksonville, I understand now. And there was such a line off of I-95, it looked like a traffic accident.
Yeah.
Getting into this place.
You've never, I can't even begin to describe. And when you walk in, you smell the fresh beef jerky. They got everything in there. They've got a Walmart, they got a gas station, they got a convenience store, they got they got a deli, they've got a restaurant. And the business model of Cracker Barrel
cheap gas,
and cheap gas, because the gas is just to get you inside to buy the crap. They got a bakery, they got a store, and Cracker Barrel is they're out. All right, appreciate the call, Richie. The rest of you have any of you been to a Buc-ee's? A Buc-ee's is I wish they would build one here. In South Florida. If they would build one in South Florida, I'd go across town just to go to Buc-ee's to get gas. All right, listen, if you're on hold, hang in there. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name's Brian Craig. We'll be right back. Well, if you're on hold, hang in there. I'll get to the calls eventually. Okay. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, guys. Now, hey, use my promo code Kane at checkout at mypillow.com. Huge savings, plus free shipping on all orders of $100 or more. And this closeout sale on the Percal sheets is $29.88 for all sheets, no matter what size. Twin, king, split king, California king, single. What else? Queen. All the same price. You can also use my promo code at Mike Lindell's My Store for huge discounts there. But this is amazing. All colors, all sizes, $29.88 with my promo code Kane. And if you get 4 sets, it's free shipping on top of it. I mean, what a great deal. Promo code Kane, Kane. Yep, 50% off the My Pillow, My Coffee. Well, hang in there. I'll get to the phones in a bit. Okay, 1 minute. We'll be back in 1 minute. What do you guys think about my Carrie Lake Paula Dean plan with Cracker Barrel? You think that would work? That would be amazing. Because what they got a media problem. Carrie Lake would be perfect to be the CEO. All right, here we go. All right, we're back. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show. All right, on this open MAGA Mike Friday, back to the phones we shall go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, why are you always lying, Brian? I'm curious as to why you always have to lie online.
Well, are you calling in to talk about something? I'm not going to defend myself to you.
Brian, you always tell lies. My question is, like, you know, you say you don't like to talk about pervy stuff because you're afraid of the Epstein files, right? Just let's be honest.
No, I'm not a pervert like you. I don't talk about sex stuff too much on the air.
Brian, I'm talking. Brian, I'm talking.
No, you're not. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name?
How you doing? It's Mark from Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, Fort Lauderdale. What's up?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No, and I just wanted to point out that this Cracker Barrel CEO, she was the interim chief marketing officer for Starbucks business in China in 2011, and she also worked for us from 2002 to 2014.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, she's a wokester. I mean, that's it. You know.
Yeah.
You know. Listen, I'm no sexist, but when you look at the biggest problems we have, it's liberal in this country. Liberal women, the D.C. crime problem, liberal woman police chief, liberal woman mayor, Cracker Barrel, liberal woke mayor, the Disney problems, liberal woke mayor, or a liberal woke executive calls Disney their problems, right? Liberal women, liberal white women, but liberal women in general are responsible for most of the problems we have nationwide today in so many different areas.
Totally.
All right, appreciate the call. Take care. Yeah, I mean, that's sadly the way it is. Now, I wanted to get back to this. Let me pull this story up. Hold on. Where did this story go? Okay. The visa holders. Man. You know, President Trump, there's so many things about him that are great. Everything about him's great. But a lot of you are new Republicans since Trump came down the escalator. And I know we're over 10 years in. But prior to President Trump, being a Republican sucked because we had a bunch of cowardly people. You know, like yesterday I was talking about Comer. Comer had a press conference yesterday. Oh, yeah, he's on top. Comer talks the talk and doesn't do jack. I've not seen him do jack. What happened to those Cyprus bank accounts of Biden with the $10 million in them? He had the papers. Like Trey Gowdy used to be that way in Congress. Trey Gowdy. He talked the talk and didn't do jack. And, you know, that's what it was like being a Republican. Or you had the Republicans that were always apologizing and caving. And we've never had a Republican winner like this. And it's absolutely amazing. And not only that, he's an outside-of-the-box thinker. That's why he's so successful. So this latest story, here's the AP story. Trump administration is reviewing all 55 million foreigners with U.S. visas for any violations. First off, how many of you had any idea there were 55 million people here from other countries on visas? The AP writes, the Trump administration said Thursday it is reviewing more than 55 million people who have valid U.S. visas for any violations that could lead to deportation, part of a growing crackdown on foreigners who are permitted to be in the United States. Now, keep in mind, this is a population greater than that of California, by far. I mean, how many states around could you add in to equal this? In a written answer to a question from the Associated Press, the State Department said all U.S. visa holders, which can include tourists from many countries, are subject to continuous vetting, with an eye towards any indication they could be ineligible for permission to enter or stay in the United States. Should such information be found, the visa will be revoked. And if the visa holder is in the United States, he or she would be subject to deportation. Oh, this is great. Who would have even thought of that? And you got to wonder how they're here illegally. They have these visas that have expired, or they got visas to be a tourist, but they really moved here, or they've committed a crime, or they finished school and they were on a student visa. Whatever it is, the country is overloaded with people. Our roads are overrun. Our schools are overcrowded. Our airports are overflowing. We have too many people in the country that shouldn't be here. Get rid of them. And what an outside of the box kind of way to do even more deportations. Trump's so smart. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Jerome from California. How you doing, Brian?
All right, Jerome.
You doing good today? Sounds like you're slow news day with distracting Cracker Barrel, avoiding the Epstein files, huh?
I'll talk to you for a minute, okay?
Yeah, you have it, because you're a coward and you blocked my number.
I'm allowing you to speak now, which I don't have to do. I'm not I'm keeping you on the air. If you act like a decent person for a moment, you'll remain on the air for the conversation. Whether you're on the air or not, it relies on you, okay?
Sure. If you
okay.
Conversation, Brian. But I don't think you're.
This is the deal, okay? Let's
talk about the Epstein files. Let's talk about the Epstein files. Let's talk about why you're defending that.
First of all, you haven't let me complete a single sentence. Why should I talk to you about anything or allow you on the air?
You're supposedly not a coward, and this is supposedly your free speech platform, which I don't believe in. I think you're a liar and disingenuous.
Well, listen. Here's the thing. While we have open phones on this program on Friday, and we also during the other 4 days of the week do screenless calling and allow people to call in. Mental patients like you misunderstand what that means, okay? When we say screenless call...
I want to talk about civility, but you call people mental patients and you...
Well, you just said that I support Epstein,
Brian,
so it's okay.
Excuse
me, you're on hold. Okay? Unscreened calls, unvetted calls, and even open phones on Fridays does not mean that we hand over our show or our audience to you, okay? We still have to have quality control. And this show is not about Epstein. But it is open phones on Friday, open MAGA Mike Friday.
Sure,
so if you cannot use profanity, we can talk about Epstein for a moment. Go ahead. Talk.
Files and you're really afraid
talk.
To talk about them.
No, I'm asking you to talk about them.
That?
I'm asking you to talk about them.
Why are you guys defending all of Congress leaving and not all of you conservatives voting against releasing those files?
Why are they?
Right now.
Okay. President Trump has commented on this, okay? And
President Trump, the visitor of Epstein Island.
Excuse me. You wanted to see, this is why I don't take your calls very often.
These are factual.
Because you can't. No, because you can't have a conversation. I'm going to address what you asked.
You just don't want me to state facts.
You have to stop interjecting after every couple of words. That's not how you have a conversation. Okay?
Okay.
You take turns to talk. And if you could you could abide by these simple rules, you and I would talk a lot more. Okay? Okay. So you asked a question that I'm trying to answer. But you're in hysterics, so stop talking and listen. I'm going to answer your question. You had asked, why did Congress and the president not release the Epstein files? President Trump has commented on...
Not the president. I didn't say the president. The president doesn't want to release them for a reason. Why did Congress? I asked you
I'm trying to answer your question. I'm going to do it with you on the phone or not, but you've got to stop interjecting. You can't disagree with every syllable that I utter or you're going to be gone. I'm sorry. I'm trying to answer your question. Do you want an answer?
You can't.
Okay, here's the answer. The president has commented on this. He has said, and
I don't care about the president.
Well, I don't care about you. I gave that guy I'm not even going to answer his question now. I gave him plenty of opportunity to control himself. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm going to take some calls after the break. Now, I want to tell you all, though, about Friendly Tire in Margate. You know, Friendly Tire is amazing. I have been a customer at Friendly Tire for so many years. Maybe, I bet you, I've been a customer at Friendly Tire for going on 20 years now. It would not surprise me at all. And, Friendly Tire in Margate has the lowest prices you'll find anywhere on tires. They have all the name brands you know and love. I'm a Firestone guy, but whatever brand you're into, they got it. All the cars in my family and extended family are on the road on tires from Friendly Tire, because at Friendly Tire you can get new tires out the door and on the road for as low as $75 a tire. And what I mean by out the door and on the road, Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire does not charge you to mount the tire, balance the tire, or dispose of your old tire. The price he quotes you over the phone is out the door and on the road. And as low as $75 a tire on new tires, that's on common sizes on some of the most common cars that are on the roads today. So it's a pretty good deal. He has thousands of good used tires in stock, and he also does tire repairs. Give Friendly Mike a call. Here's his number, 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445. All right, 1 hour down, 2 to go. It is Friday. Callers on hold, stand by. It is Open MAGA Mike Friday. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. 2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are listening. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. We'll be back. Okay. We'll be back in about 75 seconds. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll go back to the phones after the break. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, if you want to call in, the number's pinned in the live chat. I don't mind people that give me grief. You're all welcome to. You don't have to agree with me to call. You can disagree with me. That's always been a big part of this program. But you have to abide by some basic rules. You can't jump in like a lunatic after every syllable and disagree with it. You have to take turns. If you don't take turns talking, people listening can't understand what anyone's saying. It sounds like mud. You got to have some give and take. That's all. And those of you that are long-time listeners, I mean, my goodness, we have always taken people that disagree. Bruce in the chat, he'll tell you. I mean, we've had some nasty people over the years that are like chronic callers that we take. But you've got to abide by a few, I think, very reasonable rules of debate and conversation. Hour number 2 has begun. My name is Brian Craig. If you're on hold, hang in there. It is Open Mega Mic Friday. Our number 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. How you doing? This is Maria from Florida.
Hey, Maria. What's on your mind?
Hey, how you doing this morning? How's y'all doing this morning?
All right. Can you speak up, Maria? We're doing great.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry about that. 1 moment.
That's okay. We'll
Okay.
wait. There, that's
Can you hear
better.
me now?
Everybody can hear you now. Yes, thank you. Hold on 1 second, Maria. My phones are ringing off the hook. All right, yeah, go ahead, Maria. What's on your mind?
Okay. I was out walking. I apologize for that. But I was calling because I want to just address my feelings. Our great president of the United States. Oh my God. We are kicking butt. He is kicking butt, and he is not shy from doing what he said he was going to do. And everybody was looking at it like it was a joke. Oh, he's not going to do nothing. Watch him. He's doing it. He's doing it. So I ask everyone that call your show, please keep our president in prayer, because it is a lot more he got to do. But he's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Did you,
Exactly.
when you say that he's doing everything, is there anything in specific you're talking about?
He met with I think he met with the soldiers yesterday, or the National Guard yesterday.
Oh, the patrol.
And,
Yes, the D.C. patrol that he went on. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Yeah, and also this with Letitia James, she's getting the fraud case she had against him, the fines and all the fees that she was trying to charge on that judge.
That was yesterday when President Trump went on patrol with the police and the special agents and the National Guard, and he had a handheld mic, which was pretty cool. And he talked about Letitia James. He said, they stole over $500 million from me. They stole it. And he got it back yesterday. Yeah. And the crowd went nuts in support of President Trump.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, it was. It was terrific. And I was home listening to it, and I was like, oh my God, this man is amazing. It just had me like feeling some way, because he's been through hell. I mean, I don't think anyone can go through the things he went through and still can be able to do the things he said he was going to do, not just because he said he promised us, but he's just a good guy, a good man, and a good husband, and a good grandfather, and he's trying to do it for the whole entire world. I don't even think we even grasp how hard that is to do.
And one of the things you're right about everything you said, Maria. And what the other side they can't wrap their minds around. They think that they've got Gavin Newsom on a roll now because they bought him a bunch of bot followers on X or something. But you and me and the people that vote for Donald Trump, it's not just that we support him. We love that man. Like he's our father.
Exactly.
We love that man. And I don't mean figuratively. I mean, we love him like a father or a grandfather or a member of the family. And he loves us. And that's just something they just don't they think we're nuts, but we love him because he loves us.
Exactly. One thing about in order for you to be a man, be in his shoe, You got to literally live in this man's shoe. This man is all over the place at the age that he is, all the hell he went through, and still can do it with a smile on his face. I mean, it's amazing.
And you know, and this is the thing, Maria. You know, you can tell this to all those liberals at the church. Okay, you go. You know,
I do.
Everything that President Trump is doing is what the left and the Never Trumpers tried to stop him from doing when they shot him in Butler, right? They tried to stop him from doing all these things in Butler, and and because of the intervention of Jesus himself, he's here and he's doing it.
Yes, exactly. And I want to let you know one more thing. I do go to that doctor. He have me doing some like yoga, told me to do a little bit walking in the morning, but other than that, my pain is terrific. So I can get up and move around because I had the neuropathy all over my body. It was killing me.
Oh,
so
which Lighthouse Medical?
Yes, I've been going there now 6 months now.
Well, that's great. Yep. Well, I'm glad you got your life back because, you know, that neuropathy, it should be considered a disability. Maybe it is because it's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It really is. It really is. But, you know, I got like 6 more months of treatment because he gave me 12 months. And he gave me vitamins to take to keep my body going and keep me, you know, keep it away from me. But I had it real bad.
I remember. I was talking to you, and you sounded really depressed, too. I remember. Hey, Maria, take care. Thanks for the call. And let me give out the number for Lighthouse Medical since she mentioned it. And Lighthouse Medical can help you with your neuropathy no matter where you're located in America. 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642. And online, lighthousemedicalcenter.com. All right, let's back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian. My name is Stanley, and I'm calling from Colorado. How are you?
All right, Stanley, can you speak up a little?
Yeah, absolutely. I can speak up a little bit for you. Is that better?
That's better. What's on your mind?
Okay, fantastic. So I wanted to, first of all, start off with an agreement with you that Trump is, in fact, a great president, but only measured on one metric. The purpose of the president is not to wield power, but to distract away from where power is wielded. And I have found that to be true in my experience.
Okay, that's a little vague, but, you know.
Well,
yes? Did we lose you? Okay. I thought he was going somewhere interesting, but he got disconnected. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, my name's Joanne. I'm calling from Pamela.
Hey, Joanne. Oh, hold on, Joanne. My phones are just ringing off the hook here. Yeah, all right. All right, yeah, go ahead, Joanne. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Brian.
Yes.
I would like to say thank God for Donald Trump. Our American press does not tell us what is going on in the world. Have you seen what's happening in Europe, in Spain, in Rome, in Paris? Right now there is a giant Palestinian flag hanging from the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Get out of town. Really?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my goodness.
There are unbelievable fights going on in Spain with the migrants against the Spanish people. They're marching in the streets saying, this is our country now. We are in control. Around the Colosseum, they're robbing people. In Rome, it's terrible. It is absolutely terrible.
Did you just come back from Europe or something? Were you just in Europe?
No, sir. I watched yesterday on online.
Oh, okay.
If you could look into it, because it's very, very scary. And our president, Donald Trump, has saved us.
That's right.
From what's going on in Europe.
That's right.
He saved us. And the more of them that he gets out of here, the better. Because they're trying to take over the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very, very scary.
That's right.
And my other little question is, whatever happened to Mike Waltz? I believe that was his name.
Mike Waltz. That's pretty. You're talking about Kamala's running mate.
Cabinet.
My guess is Waltz was all over the place, and then he disappeared a couple weeks ago. And my guess is some scandal. We don't know what it is. He's got a lot of CCP connections.
If you remember, it was about the signal calls, and he took responsibility for it.
Oh, that Mike Waltz. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I got my Waltz confused. I'll look into that.
I think that's his name.
I don't know what the current status of him is. I'll look it up and let you know.
Yeah, he just disappeared. Never heard from him again.
Yeah.
But if you could find out any
I will.
information
Listen, I got to
about
run. I'm gonna try to take all the breaks on time today. Okay, so if you're on hold, stand by. I want to talk about Jupiter Joe Thomas. This free phone consultation, or it can be in person in office if you're local, by the way. This free consultation with Jupiter Joe Thomas, you hear me mention that, and it's not, I don't want you to hear it just as an afterthought when I'm giving out his phone number. I want you to understand the value of the free consultation, either by the phone or in person, that you get with Jupiter Joe Thomas, okay? Listen to this. He has over 30 years of experience as a financial retirement planner. That's one, right? Over 3 years of experience. But listen to this. Joe Thomas is a 5-time qualifying member of the $1 Million Roundtable, which is achieved by less than 1% of all financial advisors in the world. So you're getting a free consultation, either in person or on the phone, from a top man in the industry. Just the value of that. And by the way, after that free consultation, Joe Thomas is going to put together a custom proposal just for you on your situation, your goals, what you want to do. And the value of that, and you're not obligated to do anything after that, after that free consultation. The value of that alone, I don't know what the dollar amount would be, but it's a pretty valuable thing. When you're talking to somebody for financial advice, when you're talking to someone about retirement advice, you can talk to someone at no charge with this free consultation who's a top man in the business, and his name's Jupiter Joe Thomas. Talk to him about annuities. No matter what happens in the stock market, with annuities, your money is safe and you're guaranteed income for the rest of your life. Here's his number, 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. And if you forgot the number because you're driving or whatever, his website you will not forget, jupiterjoe.com. jupiterjoe.com. We'll be right back. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. We'll go back to the calls when we're back. If you're on hold, hang in there, guys. 1 minute, guys. A little over a minute. We'll be back. One minute. All right, we're back. I took my hat off during the break, and I couldn't find it, and it was on my computer. I found. Okay, we're back. All right, it's Florida's longest-running radio show, the Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977. Yeah, have any of you had this happen? The other day, I was looking for my cell phone. I've had this happen so many times, and I'm going all over the house. You know where my cell phone was? I'm going all over the house looking for my cell phone. Do you know where it was? At my ear and my hand, and I was talking into it. I couldn't believe it. Oh, man. You know, I used to think people, as you get older, their memory just fails because your brain's getting older. And what I've come to realize is you have so much going on in your life. As you grow older, you add responsibilities, and you don't focus long enough to know that the phone you're looking for, you're talking into it. It's pretty embarrassing. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Conservative Doug.
Oh, hey, Douglas.
You know, I got to bring this up. You know, I heard J.D. being asked about California and Newsom, who wants to be president, and he said, one of the things he said is, well, California still wants to have illegal voting. Then I find something on X that 249,000, I think that was the number, of potential people who could be on a jury were removed because they weren't citizens, but they all had voter ID. Man, if that is true, that's no wonder they get these Democrats elected. That sways an election. 249,000. That's terrible. You know, I'm so glad that President Trump is now trying to see even the 55 million who are here visiting if they don't belong here.
Yeah.
And deporting everybody, man. He's trying to do everything he can to fix
I
the
bet
election.
I can't. I'm hoping to find. I appreciate the call, Doug. I'm waiting to find out how long some of these visa holders have overstayed their visa. I bet you there's some of them that are 50 years overstayed. Wouldn't surprise me. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? All right. Once, twice. All right. You missed out. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Bob in Lake Worth.
Hey, Bob. What's up?
No, I just want to congratulate our president on all those deportations. It's a wonderful thing, and one of the things nobody's reporting on, or not many, is that I believe there's 2 million self-deportees. So think about all the money we're saving by people just leaving on their own, not having to be brought into trial and not having to go through all that garbage that the Democrats are screaming about. So I think it's wonderful. It's going to help the inflation, bring down housing prices, bring down crime. I cannot believe that people oppose the great things that our president's doing, and even the crime statistics in D.C. are plummeting. So it's a wonderful, great time.
Well, you know, when you talk about people opposing, it's not that many. There's a very small group of people opposed. The Democrat Party is evaporating.
Yeah, and that's what I like to see. I know that I've been hearing that even West Palm Beach, the Palm Beach County is actually starting to turn a little more red. And hopefully another year or two, we will actually have the majority here and get rid of my best friend, Lois Frankel.
Oh,
That'd
my
be
goodness.
Such a win.
Lois
I couldn't
Frankel.
believe it if she got voted out. My goodness,
the
man.
crypt keeper.
What a nasty person.
You know who Lois Frankel reminds me of? That old lady in Poltergeist that they bring in at the end to talk to the spirits. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, yep. That's
But
it.
but you know, I'll tell you,
Exactly,
Palm
exactly.
Beach County, they just named Southern Boulevard from the airport to the beach Donald John Trump Boulevard. So if that's not MAGA, it changes on the county commission. I don't know what is. I don't know if it was the city or the county that renamed Southern. Does anyone? I think it was the county.
I'm sure. It had to been the county. That's a county road.
Yeah.
But one of the amazing things I find also, though, is about how the Democrats are so stupid. They think that Crockett and these idiots are actually their ticket to winning. They're just driving people away. Who wants to be associated with such a nasty bunch?
Crockett doesn't even have a congressional district anymore in Texas. With the new map, she has no district. She's a congresswoman with no district now.
Yep. Oh, no country for old men. It couldn't happen to a nicer person, I'll tell you that.
That's right.
So,
all right, take
Brian,
care. Appreciate the call. Great. With some good calls today, mixed in with some strangeness. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is Bill from Sanford.
Oh, hey, Bill. How you been?
Let me tell you, Trump is just the greatest president ever. I mean, what other president would do this thing about the 55 million visas? I remember watching TV and movies in all different countries. People are scared to death of not keeping their visas up to date because of what other countries will do to them. And here they just been sliding by. And Trump is going to correct that.
Mm-hmm.
And God knows how many millions he's going to find. Like you said, they could be here 50 years on an expired visa.
And you know what?
I mean,
this is so spectacular. Who even would have thought of doing that? No one. You know, when we talk about the immigration issue, nobody. I mean, they're actually going to go through it. It's amazing. And I'll tell you something. These overstayed visa holders. There are going to be people that have overstayed 50 years. I don't care. Send them home.
Well, I watched this thing, a podcast about this guy rebuilding a house in the Italian Alps. And he was there for about a year and a half. And for some reason, he had to go back to United States and then come back to Italy to reapply for a visa to stay there. Because otherwise, they'll be banned for life.
Well, listen,
and these other countries are like that.
Before Melania was a citizen, her visa, she had a work visa, right? International supermodel was her job. And her visa was expiring. She went back to Slovenia and took care of it and then came back. That's what you do.
Yeah. And that's what they have to do in every other country, but not this one. Now.
Till now. All right, take care,
God
Bill.
bless Trump.
That's right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is LeeZep, Brian. Good morning.
Hey,
I'm
LeeZep.
calling from New York.
Hey, city or state?
Hey,
City or state?
City.
Okay.
City and state.
Well, of course.
I'm calling to say I support our president. God bless President Trump. I support an updated census, and I support the abolishing of all sanctuary cities. God bless America.
Well, before you go, the reason I asked is because you got this Zohan guy running for mayor. Mayor Adams is in another scandal. Someone on his staff gave a member of the press a bunch of money in a potato chip bag. I don't know what that's all about.
I heard about that.
I read that.
Heard about that and heard about it.
I read that
Let me
story.
tell you, we need to get rid of this Zohan.
Yes,
everyone around him needs to be investigated.
Yes.
If an Arab takes control over New York, we are sunk as a nation.
Let me ask you this serious question: are you a lifetime New Yorker?
I am. I moved out of the state and the country for a short while, but I have returned, and now I'm back in New York for about 5-6 years now.
Okay, if Zohan if Zohan becomes mayor, who won the war on terror? You know, I mean, I'm not kidding. Nobody wants to say this, but is it appropriate to have a Muslim mayor after September 11th? I don't think so.
It is not.
No.
It is not, nor is it appropriate to have a mayor that will not abolish his mindset of Sharia law.
Well, here's the thing, and I want to say this to you because you're in New York. You can tell fellow New Yorkers. There's a lot of press that he won't condemn the global intifada. I'm sure you've seen it. He won't condemn the global intifada. 9/11 is part of the global intifada. I haven't heard anybody ask him to condemn 9/11. Have you?
Because they're not brave enough. You know,
I am.
Media.
What would he say to that? Not one person has asked him that.
He would deflect as he has been. He would deflect as he has been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, spread the good news about that, because if we can listen, all it takes is one person with a cell phone camera to shout that question at him and get him to refuse to condemn 9/11. That would go viral online. If
I'm online, post the question in the chat, and I will definitely do it. I do a live every couple of days.
Well, you heard the question.
So,
okay, I appreciate. I got to run for my break, but please get that out. Zohan will not condemn the global intifada. No one has asked him to condemn 9/11, which is part of the global intifada, part of the second global intifada, by the way. All right. Coastal weight loss secret. I got to tell you, I get so many compliments from people in this audience about my weight loss and how great I look. And let me tell you, people in an audience like this, you don't hear compliments about your physical appearance too often. Doesn't mean they're always attacking you, but they don't offer them up. And out of all my years in this biz, this is the first time I've had listeners every day comment. The two things I get a lot: one, you look a lot younger. And the other one is you've got the shape of your face is back to normal, Brian. You're not round anymore. Yeah, that's right. Listen, give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call. My results are typical. No matter how much you want to lose or how much. If you want to lose 20 pounds, they can help. If you want to lose 320, they can help you with that too. Even more, or anywhere in between. Give them a call. It's 561. And they can help you no matter where you are in the United States as well. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. We'll be right back. All right, 1 minute, we'll be back. If you're on hold, hang in there. Those of you that weren't with me earlier, I started yesterday coming on early. Yesterday I started the show at 5:30 here on YouTube, and this morning I started at 5:20. This is our bottom of the hour break. So make sure you click the notification bell because I'm going to start coming on early as many days as I possibly can. Yeah, someone was telling me I need to buy that these glasses are too big for my face now that I've lost all that weight. Yeah, these are just readers, cheap readers I get for like $1 a pair on Amazon. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show on this Open MAGA Mike Friday. Remember, on Fridays, it's open phones. And on Open MAGA Mike Friday, you can call in about any and everything on your mind. You don't have to talk about the things we bring up. The number's toll-free, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. This is Philip.
What's on your mind?
You are a faggot.
Oh. Okay, well, he hung up. What, is it Friday and he's looking for a date tonight? No, I'm sorry. We're on different teams, buddy. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Marty from Lake Worth.
Hey, Marty.
Just wanted to... Hey, how you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
Good. Just wanted to let you know that I had the opportunity to go see Dr. Appleton.
Yes.
About a neck pain that I had on my left side of my neck, and one treatment, and I'm 99% better. One treatment.
That's amazing. It's amazing.
Just wanted to share that.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Also loves what you do.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Have a wonderful day.
All right. Take care. It's so amazing that. Because Dr. Appleton's been with us a little over 3 years, and Marty there. I was at Dr. Appleton's the other day, and I ran into a nice couple that were there, another Brian, and his wife, and I meet and talk to so many listeners that are living pain-free because of Dr. Appleton, like Marty there. That's so amazing. If I had never met Dr. Appleton, I'd be in so much pain and suffering going on, and so many of you'd be in pain too, or we'd be junkies. Right. Call. Let me give out Dr. Appleton's number. Give Dr. Appleton a call and say bye-bye to your pain like Marty has done, like I've done, and so many others. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. Remember, I had a caller before the bottom of the hour break, and he's like, I can't believe people don't support what Trump's doing. And I told him there's not that many people opposed to President Trump anymore. Listen to this. This is local NBC affiliate out of Montana.
The Democratic Party may lie in voter registration data. As national correspondent Matt Gelka explains, the alarm bells could be ringing in a majority of states around the country.
New data reported by the New York Times could be a major warning sign for the Democratic Party. Voter registration data showed a party that is rapidly losing voters in every state that tracks registration by political party. From 2020 to 2024, the data showed a 4.5 million voter swing from Democrat to Republican in the 30 states tracking party affiliations.
This loss that they've had, there was another clip I wanted to play. Let me see if I can pull this up before the break. This party switch that's going on, while there are many reasons why it has happened. Yes, okay, I found the clip I wanted to share that relates to that. It's amazing that it's happened because there's pretty much 100% 24-hour negative coverage of President Trump for over 10 years. So to have the entire media giving just terrible coverage of President Trump for a decade, and the Republican Party under his leadership to not just grow, but take so many millions of Democrats and turn them into Republicans. that's just a beautiful thing. And I shared that clip with you because it's NBC News. It's a local affiliate in Montana, but it's still NBC. And I want you guys on the left to hear it from a Democrat organization, NBC News. And, this thing about the split, there's a story today. We're getting the behind the scenes of why MSNBC is no longer going to be MSNBC. And what came out was this. NBC News thought that MSNBC was damaging their brand and credibility as a news organization, and they don't want the NBC brand to be affiliated with all those idiots on MSNBC. Rachel Maddow and the rest. They're trying to save their brand that's been damaged by them. I think it's beyond saving. There's still liberal jerks at NBC, but isn't that something? Yeah, they've rejected it. And there was this, I'm going to play this for you. This is from CNN yesterday. And there was a panel discussion about race. And this is, I'm just going to play it because it explains itself better. This is really fascinating stuff. Listen to this.
Starting around 2011, 2012, sociologists started to notice a shift in white liberal opinion polling to where white progressives became more extreme in their views on race.
Okay, now when she talks about extreme views on race, she's talking about George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, and all that, right?
Starting around 2011, 2012, sociologists started to notice a shift in white liberal opinion polling to where white progressives became more extreme in their views on race than Black and Hispanic Americans. And they called this, the sociologists called it the Great Awakening. And when they postulated, where did this come from? Why did white progressives suddenly start obsessing over race in a way that was actually far to the left of where Hispanic and Black Americans were on this issue?
Now, this is really fantastic stuff. This is CNN. This person speaking, she's a white girl. She's surrounded by Black panelists, and you can see the look on their face. They're pissed at her. They're so angry at her.
They found that the media had shifted radically how it talked about these issues. So, for example, in 2010, the words white supremacy were mentioned 75 times in the Washington Post and the New York Times.
But the media is different from museums.
In 2020, the words white supremacy were mentioned 700 times in the Washington Post and the New York Times and 2,400 times in NPR. The word racism 4,000 times in 2020. The words white and racial privilege from 2013 to 2019 grew by 1,500% in the New York Times and the Washington Post. And the word slavery itself exponentially skyrocketed as a percentage of words. I'm offering this only to suggest.
I understand. I'm just wondering what do you think is the problem with talking about slavery, white supremacy, racism, etc.?
So the point I'm trying to make here is that liberals will say, well, this is a reflection of reality. But of course it isn't. This is a reflection of a newfound obsession that was driven by the media. And that doesn't reflect either the moral evil of these things or the historical.
See, this is fantastic. I mean, and I don't know if we're going to see her back on CNN because the panel's melting down here. And what she's pointing out is accurate, that the liberal media that has a liberal white audience has brainwashed white liberals into hating themselves.
Historical accuracy.
I do want to dive into what you mean by that, because you say that you don't think it's a reflection of reality. Based on what?
Well,
based on the idea that those things don't exist, that white supremacy.
Yeah, slavery doesn't exist, and white supremacy is some fringe group of 6 people somewhere out in the middle of nowhere.
It doesn't exist. Racism doesn't exist. That we shouldn't be talking about it anymore.
Based on the idea, obviously, all these things I think are evil, but there's not more slavery now to the tune.
Yeah, but I think part of the problem,
than there was
Batia, is that in the 19,
that's
hold on a
not
second, Bakari. Part of the problem is that back, not that long ago, in the 50s, 60s, even beyond that, when there was...
She's going back in time 75 years, okay? That's almost a century.
Actual Jim Crow happening in this country. People were actually treating Black people as second-class citizens.
See, the problem that liberals, this is the thing, okay? This is what happens. Remember Bernard Goldberg? Remember Bernard Goldberg? He was a reporter. This was like 20 years ago or so. He was a reporter with ABC News who went into sports. He was on the Brian Gumbel Show, but he wrote a book. He was conservative, and I don't know what happened to Bernard Goldberg. Is he still alive, or is he just so old he's not on TV anymore? But he wrote a book about the left-wing media and how they operate. And he said the worst thing you can say to a white liberal journalist is you're a racist. He says they'll fall on the floor, get in a fetal position, and start begging for forgiveness. And what's happened is radical left minority people have used the race card to intimidate white liberals into bending the knee to them. Literally, remember Nancy Pelosi and other white liberals would bend down on their knee in front of black people and beg for forgiveness. Remember when that was going on during the George Floyd BLM era? And this white girl on this panel on CNN brought a truth that the panel that's sitting around her on CNN do not want to hear. That and what she wants to live in the past, she wants to live as if 75 years ago is what we're living in today. That's what's going on here. And if we were living during that type of thing today, you wouldn't have you wouldn't have an anchor on a primetime show on CNN on a national network who's black. It'd be a white person there, a white guy, you know? And the fact is, we don't live in that world anymore. But liberal blacks want you to think you do so they can intimidate you. And this is one of the reasons so many people have left the Democrat Party and have become Republicans. There's a thing that's going on today all over the place. It's called black fatigue. Have you heard about this? Black fatigue. People are tired of this critical race theory guilt trip that liberals have been putting on us. And liberals are even sick of it. White liberals are fed up with it. They're tired of it. They understand that we're not in that world anymore. And they're tired of being told that their children, when they come out of the womb, a little baby who's helpless is a racist. All right? They're sick of it. And this is one of the big reasons the left are losing. And the only Democrats you hear for the most part are non-white Democrats because the white people are getting out of there. They're sick of being called these things. If you're on hold, stand by. If you'd like to call in, please do. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. We'll be right back. I'm just looking up who this girl is. I'm going to go over this when we get back. We got about a minute, and we'll be back, guys. About a minute. Less than a minute now. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. I looked up who this panelist was on CNN. I'm going to play it again, and then I'm going to tell you who she was, because this is amazing. She's with Newsweek, and she has a book out, which I'm going to get. It's called Second Class, How the Elites Betrayed America's Working Men and Women, is the title. I'm going to get that book. I hope if it's on Kindle, I'm going to get it today. Let me rewind this and play this for you. This is, I know I played it a minute ago, but I want to play it again, and then I want to go through who she is, because this is, it's part of what Donald Trump is doing here. President Trump is changing things in ways that, because we're living through it and so much is happening, you don't realize what's going on. Let me play this again for those that are just tuning in. I'm going to tell you who she is. This is amazing.
Starting around 2011, 2012, sociologists started to notice a shift in white liberal opinion polling to where white progressives became more extreme in their views on race than Black and Hispanic Americans. And they called this, the sociologists called it the Great Awakening. And when they postulated, where did this come from? Why did white progressives suddenly start obsessing over race in a way that was actually far to the left of where Hispanic and Black Americans were on this issue? They found that the media had shifted radically how it talked about these issues. So, for example, in 2010, the words white supremacy were mentioned 75 times in the Washington Post and the New York Times.
But the media is different from museums.
In 2020, the words white supremacy were mentioned 700 times in the Washington Post and the New York Times and 2,400 times in NPR. The word racism 4,000 times in 2020. The words white and racial privilege from 2013 to 2019 grew by 1,500% in the New York Times and the Washington Post. And the word slavery itself exponentially skyrocketed as a percentage of words. I'm offering this only to suggest.
I understand. I'm just wondering what do you think is the problem with talking about slavery, white supremacy, racism, etc.?
So the point I'm trying to make here is that liberals will say, well, this is a reflection of reality. But of course it isn't. This is a reflection of a newfound obsession that was driven by the media. And that doesn't reflect either the moral evil of these things or the historical accuracy.
I do want to dive into what you mean by that, because you say that you don't think it's a reflection of reality. Based on what?
Well,
based on the idea that those things don't exist, that white supremacy doesn't exist, racism doesn't exist, that we shouldn't be talking about it anymore?
Based on the idea, obviously all these things I think are evil, but there's not more slavery now to the tune of
but I think part of the problem,
Batia,
is that in the 19th Bakari, part of the problem is that back, not that long ago, in the 50s, 60s, even beyond that.
Okay, so she goes on, So this girl, she's a woman. She's a liberal. She's a liberal Democrat. I looked her up during the break. I can't believe it. And she's talking that way. I thought she was, because Jennings is doing so good over there, I thought they brought in another Republican. Let me go. I've never heard of her before. Her name's Batia Unger Sargon. And I just looked up her Wikipedia. I've never heard of her before during the break. Batia Unger Sargon, and this is what she's a liberal Democrat, and is she really a liberal Democrat though, or she just thinks she's one? Listen to this. This is her bio. She's an American journalist and author. She's a deputy opinion editor of Newsweek magazine. She formerly served as the opinion editor of The Forward. She's author of 2 books, including the one I mentioned, Second Class, How the Elites Betrayed America's Working Men and Women, which addresses issues related to working class in the United States and its relationship with the elite. This is something. And then I go down here. Let me find out. I read this during the break. Political views. See there's been a big change in this country. She's been red-pilled. She doesn't know it. She's been magnetized and doesn't know it. She described a shift in her politics over time. In the 2010s, she identified as an American liberal, but in the 2020s, she reported distancing herself from that ideology. In 2021, she was characterized as a left-wing populist. She later adopted the label herself in 2023, a left-wing populist. though she noted that some observers view her echoing right-wing viewpoints. She attributed this perception to her focus on social class, which she argued had been deprioritized by the political elite. No, she's a conservative. She just doesn't know it yet. She's been red-pilled. She's magatized. She's MAGA. She doesn't know it yet. That is and Donald Trump did that. That is amazing. And that's why we have such a success, and President Trump has a mandate. Because so many people have woken up. They're tired of this crap from the left. You're a homophobe. You're a racist. You're this. You're that. Defund the police. There's no genders. People are sick of it. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is Barbara in Baltimore. I want to thank you for bringing on that clip with Battaglia. She is awesome.
Oh, you're familiar with her.
Awesome.
I've never heard of her before.
Yes, I am. Yes. Well, she's been off the Tatum. There are a few places where she has been cited. She's awesome.
I'm buying her book today.
She nails it every time when they give her the opportunity, and I love the way she deliberately stays on point while they're trying to interrupt her. But she's awesome, and she's absolutely right. And there are a lot of black people that got black fatigue, because I'm one of them. I'm the Oreo cookie your folks like to call me, because I'm reasonable, and I understand what this has done to our children. Black children are taking that victim mentality, that they're victims. They are not victims. And what she's saying is absolutely right. And I just want to say, I'm glad that you brought that up.
I'll tell you, yesterday when the president was in D.C. with the police and the National Guard, I heard the protesters that were chanting Black Lives Matter. Of course, they were white protesters, the rent-a-crowd people. But,
they look so stupid, and singing old Negro hymns with white verses.
Exactly.
Look so stupid.
I know. I mean, I guess they got the lyrics on their phones they're reading.
It's always been said. Even Malcolm X said it. The biggest threat to the black community is the white liberals, and that is absolutely true. I've never seen it more so than now. I mean, it's just what they're doing is becoming obvious. And black people are sick of it, and black people are leaving this Democrat Party.
Can I ask you a question unrelated? I want to ask you an unrelated question. Okay, and you maybe you're not familiar with. Have you seen these stories about Carnival Cruise Line with blacks?
Oh my goodness!
Have?
I'm not. I would not go on a Carnival.
Can you? Let me tell you, Carnival. Okay, let me just for those that aren't familiar. Carnival Cruise Line is Ian from Cruise and Travel Depot will not. He doesn't send people on Carnival because it's such a low class cheapo cruise line, right? Carnival. But lately,
it's ghetto.
Lately, it's gotten very ghetto, and they've passed a lot of rules to try to stop it from being so ghetto. So what's your take on what we've seen in the news about Carnival Cruise Line? All this ghetto stuff that's going on.
It's true. I mean, hey, it's unfortunate, but it's true. But think about it. Brian. It's no different from a lot of the stuff that's happening in the black community everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, look at our crime. Look at, it's just a total, I don't know. I don't want to say degradation, but man.
Well, I'll tell you, a couple years ago, I went down the South Beach in Miami. And all the the girls standing up through the sunroofs twerking and everything else, that tourists to Florida, if they see that, they're not going to come back, and I don't know when did this ghetto thing with the twerking and all that, when did that become cool?
The music. I'm telling you, the devil is in the music.
Yeah.
The rap music has had it's had such a devastating effect on the community and how people even perceive themselves or feel like they have to act. And I don't know.
I
to a
particularly,
point where-
I don't think twerking is sexy. I think it's kind of gross, tell you the truth. I don't care how good looking the girl is.
Well, it makes you look cheap.
It does.
You
Look
know,
like a
kinda
stripper.
cheapens
Look
your
like
bet.
a cheap stripper. I'm out of time. I got a break, but thanks, Barbara, for the call. We'll be right back after our top of the hour break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes, guys. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I just got some breaking news. I'm going to take a call as I'm queuing this up to talk to you about it. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hold on. Let me put everybody on hold. I just got some breaking news. I'm going to pull it up here in just a second and share it with you. But this is... I'm looking to verify it before I go public with it. And I'm seeing it in multiple places. And yesterday, President Trump, when he had that event, he said that Pam Bondi is going to go down in history as the greatest attorney general ever. Listen to this. This just dropped. Oh, my goodness. This just dropped. FBI agents raided the home of former National Security Advisor John Bolton this morning over allegations that he's in possession of classified documents, according to the New York Post. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. It's happening. That's it. I mean, that's oh, my goodness. Yeah, New York Post. FBI agents raided the home of Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton's Washington, D.C. home this morning over allegations he's in possession of classified documents, according to the New York Post. FBI Director Kash Patel says no one is above the law. Oh, my goodness. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino says public corruption will not be tolerated. Holy smokes. Oh, man. What a great way to end the week. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Wow.
Yeah, it's Renee from Harlem.
Hey, Renee. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, oh, what great news.
I don't know what's holding you guys back from using the N-word. You're so pressed.
Jack Prosobic also confirming John Bolton's home has just been raided by the FBI in a national security investigation. Oh, my goodness. All right, go ahead, Renee.
Yeah, the problem is you people are scared and you're jealous. You can't do anything that we do.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You'd love to do what we do, and you can't.
What? Call people racist? What? Call talk shows and call people racist? No, I could do that. I just choose not to do that.
Because it would be a lie. We're better than you, and you know it.
I know. All right, you're better than me. Okay, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Jack from Sarasota again. How you doing?
Hey, Jack. John Bolton's home just raided by the FBI this morning. Jack Posobiec, New York Post reporting. Oh, man.
Well, I'm not surprised it's going after your own, so you might as well. Let me ask you, do you think that John Bolton might have any of those Epstein files that Congress hasn't released?
I know that you obsess over Epstein. I mean, I don't know.
Actually, I don't. I wanted to.
You say the name quite a bit. We're not. It is open phones, but come on, we got breaking news here. You want to talk about old crime stories?
The last few times you've actually brought it up. The only reason why I'm bringing it up today is because it's MAGA Mike Friday. So let me explain.
Open MAGA Mike Friday.
That's why I'm going to ask you a question here. Why is Congress, and this is Congress, not the president, why is Congress not releasing any of those files?
Well, it's such a coincidence that your other friend from your network of lunatics called in with the same question about an hour ago.
Listen,
I'm gonna answer the question. President Trump has said, and others have confirmed this.
I wasn't asking what President Trump said. Why is Congress?
Word for word. I'm not talking to you today. I'm not going to talk to you. You just said word for word what another guy said to me an hour ago. I mean, I'm not, it's word for word. And when I responded, he had the same response. I mean, I'm not talking to telemarketers. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Bob from Jupiter.
Hey, Bob. John Bolton's home just raided by the FBI. Oh, man, what a great day.
What a great day. Hey, one thing we all need to be careful about as conservatives, I don't know if you'll agree with me, but I watched Hannity sometimes. Why? I have no idea. But that last night he said, they said Trump's home's only worth $18 million. He goes, it's worth $1 billion and a half. His house, as much as I would love to agree with him, is not worth $1,000 million. $1 billion is 1,000 millions. He's not worth. That house is 20 acres over Mar-a-Lago. I'm sorry, it's not worth $1,000 or $1,500 million.
Yes, it is. It's priceless. And I want to tell you why. Okay, It's already a Florida landmark because of the history of the house. And Mar-a-Lago is the largest mansion in Florida that has someone living in it. There's other mansions, that are bigger, but they're museums like Vizcaya.
Well, maybe.
Hold on. I'm finishing. The responding to that. because it's President Trump's home, it is worth $1 billion. On top of it's the most valuable lot, even without Mar-a-Lago, in Palm Beach. And President Trump, I promise you, is going to be buried there in 50 years when he passes in 50 years.
Well, that would change things. I agree. I would agree that would change things. But even last night, as he's talking about Washington, D.C., who I agree is a total hellhole. It's not the most dangerous city in the world. It's not. And for him to say that, go walk in Port-au-Prince.
Well, this is, listen, no, are you kidding? No. You know, here's the thing with Hannity. I had a story a couple days ago about Judge Jeanine's text about Hannity's bizarre behavior in the Oval Office with the president's toilet. And Hannity's very embarrassed over that Oval Office toilet event. So he's trying to suck up to the president. So he's saying whatever he's got. You understand what I mean? That story that came out was so bad that he's so embarrassed, Sean Hannity, and President Trump is obviously pissed off about it, and he's just trying to, So cut the guy a break, as much of a jerk as he is.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, but the thing is, I hear when you listen to Democrats, because I do listen to CNN and MSNBC. When you listen to how crazy they talk, and you know the facts are just made up, and then you go over and watch Fox, and they make up the other side, and it's just this agreement.
Well, did you hear my story the other day about Sean Hannity in the Oval Office and the president's toilet?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Okay. I'll tell you what happened real quick. Okay. Judge Jeanine's involved is being sued by someone, and her text messages have been part of discovery and have become public. And a text message that she wrote to a friend of hers 5 years ago, she talked about being in the Oval Office. She said Hannity walked in like he owned the place, threw his papers on the president's desk, and then said, "Do you mind if I use your bathroom?" And without getting permission, he went into the president's bathroom and used the toilet. On the way to the toilet, he told Judge Jeanine, "I got to talk to him. Just me. I got to talk to him." That story about the toilet and the way he behaved, I promise you, President Trump is furious about it. He's plenty pissed, and Hannity's humiliated. Nobody likes a story about something in a toilet like that. And he's saying things because he's just out of his mind right now. Give him a break, all right?
All right.
It's pretty funny, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on. So, all right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian from Deerfield.
Oh, John Bolton's home raided by the FBI this morning. And
oh my God!
Yeah.
Could you start the weekend off any better than this?
Hell
that
yeah!
Guy,
this is awesome, man.
Oh, this is tremendous. I just want to see the video on this and get walked out.
I wonder.
To his car.
I wonder if Cash and Bongino brought like Fox and Newsmax with them, like CNN went along on the raids against the Trump people.
Yeah. Well, Roger Stone down on.
That's
down
right, Roger Stone here in Broward. Yeah.
Oh my God! You talk about a big fish, but this guy. This is happy days.
Hell yeah!
I don't know what to say.
I'm so excited. Steve took today off. But what a bad day to take off, Steve. I might text Steve and just say, "You sure you don't want to come on today?" I just got a text. Steve's coming on after the break. I just got a text. I didn't even text. I looked. Steve texted me. Okay. Oh yeah, John.
Fantastic.
I hope you. You know what I wonder? I wonder if he answers I wonder if he answered the door like Pelosi's husband in silk pajamas or something. What do you think? In his underwear.
Yeah.
In his underwear.
Oh boy. You talk about a big fish going on, but this guy was a bad big fish. This guy was a very bad big fish, a backstabber, and
classified. They think he's in possession of classified docs.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, he's in trouble.
And by the way, Steve, I actually got a text for Steve. Steve doesn't text anybody. He sent me a text. Get me on after the break. After the.
He couldn't resist.
And then there's a follow up. I didn't see it. And and then I got a follow up. Get me on. Okay, we'll take a break, but this is exciting.
Oh my God, it really is. And this is only the beginning. Only the beginning. A lot of big fish are going down, but I'm glad he's one of the first because he deserves it.
And for people who say he's a Republican, Comey's a Republican. Comey's a Republican? A lot of people don't know that. Comey's a Republican too. That sounds crazy. But this is
like that.
Let me tell you though, this is a good one to start with, not just because he's a monster with a stupid mustache. His mustache is his personality. Give me a break.
And at heart, he's not a good guy. He's not a good guy.
But he's a Bush Republican. And
that's a big problem.
Oh, yeah.
Big problem.
You think Brennan and Clapper are worried?
Jeez. Could you get any better news first thing in the morning?
It's not. I've been on the air for...
This is fantastic.
Listen, I got a break. Steve Kane wants on. I'm going to get in trouble.
Okay, Brian.
All right, take care. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll be right back. Hey. Okay, you there? Okay, big. It'll be louder when we're on the air, but big news day. Did you hear? You been listening? Okay, all right. I'm gonna put you on hold. I gotta get. I gotta get. I gotta get Barry though. Hold on. Hey there, Barry. How you doing? It's going to be just less than 2 minutes, okay? Great, stand by. Okay, you there, Steve?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're in break, and when we come back, we'll have Barry. Let me see I'm going to see what updates there are on this story.
Sounds good.
Let me see. Oh my goodness, this is awesome. FBI raids John Bolton's house. They don't even have it on CNN. Let's see. Oh, it's the lead on the... They're gonna try to make him a Trump guy because he worked for Trump. Yeah, he's Benedict Arnold. Okay, we got less than a minute. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna conference Barry in. Hold on, Steve. All right, Barry, stand by. We have 20 seconds. You there, Barry? Okay, great.
Yep.
Okay. All right, welcome back. It is Friday. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. And on the line, we have your attorney, Steve, Attorney Barry Siegel from the Siegel Law Group. Good morning, Barry.
Hey, good morning. How are you today?
We're doing well. So what do you have for us this morning?
Well, one of the big misconceptions that people have when it comes to estate planning is they think it's only for people who are wealthy, and that is far from true. Now, there's estate tax planning that certainly is for people who have about $15 million if they're single, or over $30 million if they're married. That's for people with significant assets. But estate planning, pure estate planning, is something that everyone needs. I mean, one of the goals that practically everybody has is they want to avoid probate. And that's the court process that happens after death if you die with assets in your name. And so for many people, whether their estate is worth millions or even, a few $100,000 or whatever it may be, the idea of having your family have to go through the court process of probate, which is very expensive, legal fees, court costs, time-consuming. It's a public process. It's a mess you don't want your family to go through.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what your estate is. If you want to avoid probate, you want to set up a trust. Now, if you have a very tiny estate, there are other things that we could talk about and discuss, but for the most part, people want to set up a trust and fund their assets into the trust. And then, of course, protecting their beneficiaries from losing the inheritance to divorces, lawsuits, creditors, bankruptcies, all of those things. So those are some of the key reasons why estate plans are important for everybody. And of course, people with young children, what happens if something happens to them? Who will be the guardian? Who will make health care decisions for you? Who will make financial, legal, and business decisions for you? All of that is covered in an estate plan. And again, everybody needs it, not just the wealthy.
Yeah, that's true. And if you're not wealthy, you have less to give to the lawyers in the probate process too, than the wealthier people. And the other thing too, Barry, maybe I'm wrong about this, but if you inherit a home that has to go through probate, you have to maintain that home through the process, right? Like if there's a mortgage and property taxes and HOA fees, you have to take care of those during the probate process.
Yeah, all of those have to continue. All of those expenses are still due.
So how many people can handle another HOA or a mortgage or the taxes? Oh, don't forget about that homeowner's insurance. So without the probate, you got the house right away. You can sell it if you want right away without that process. Listen, give the Siegel Law Group a call. The number is toll-free, 855-FLA-3782. 855-FLA-3782. And online, SiegelLawGroup.com. All right, Barry, have a great weekend. We'll talk next week.
All right, you guys too. Thank you so much.
All right. So if you're just tuning in, the FBI raided John Bolton's home this morning as part of a national security probe. It's being described as they believe he's in possession of classified documents, which is the highest crime of all, according to the left. And you were going to take the morning off, Steve, and I was talking to the last caller. I said, I got to call Steve Kane during the break and see if he's really...
Fortunately, my studio is right next to my
Yeah. So you rolled over to it. And
exactly.
and I look at my phone. I got a text message. You wanted to... I mean, this is Christmas in August.
Well... I didn't know you didn't like. I mean, I always liked John Bolton.
Are you kidding?
He doesn't get along with Donald. That's
He's
for
one
sure.
of the biggest AHs that are. Do you listen to this guy? He's been.
You're only saying that because he doesn't like Donald Trump.
Well, if you're not a friend of Donald Trump, you're no friend of mine. That's right. Not Steve.
Well,
he's part of the deep state coup against him. He tricked Trump into hiring him in the first term. And he's part of the group that have been trying to put him in prison for years. Yeah. And I like that they went after him first because it's going to make it a lot easier when you think Bolton and Clapper and Comey are worried this morning? Oh.
I think they've been worried for a while.
Well, what I'm wondering is, is this one of the indictments from, hold on, Steve, the phones are just blowing up. Is this one of the indictments from Pam Bondi's grand juries?
It's an interesting question.
Oh, this couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Boy, oh boy.
He's a monster.
I mean,
John Bolton's a monster.
In a category with some of the other guys.
He's the worst. You know why he's worse? Is because he pretends to be one of us a lot. No, he's the worst. He's the worst. I wonder when he goes to prison if he'll keep the barbershop quartet mustache or will he turn it into a prison stash that goes out on the cheeks? I don't know. I'm so excited. I hope we get footage of this. I want body camera footage from the raid. You want to take some calls?
Yes.
If you want to join the John Bolton raid party, 888-465-2631, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Milo, Cuyahoga Falls.
What's up?
All right, well, I just wanted to talk about Putin and Trump right now in World War III. I don't think there's going to be any kind of a peace deal anytime soon. The 50 days are coming up. No, I mean, he just hit an American factory in Ukraine. You know, that all the way over up against, I think it was Hungary or the border between Hungary and Ukraine.
Yeah, it was a rocket factory, it was a weapons plant.
Yeah, there's that.
It was a weapons plant.
That was exactly. It's still picking out, you know, America.
But I think your statement. I think your statement was you phrased your opening statement there inaccurate. I don't think you. I think what you meant to say is you don't want there to be peace.
I mean, if Putin wants to get out of Ukraine, that's great. Move out.
Easier for you in Cuyahoga Falls. You know, easy for you to say that they should fight to the death in Ukraine. Mighty whitey you.
Well, wouldn't we do the same thing in our own country? I would fight to the death.
Well, it's
right?
not.
You would too, right?
I wouldn't expect others around the world to do it.
Ukrainians don't want to be ran by the Russians.
69% of Ukrainians want a peace agreement, according to the latest poll.
Now, you know what?
What are your thoughts about the raid on John Bolton's home this morning? This is exciting. Pam Bondi doing her. See, this is why President Trump was praising her yesterday.
I absolutely hope they find the stuff that they're looking for. John Bolton
is a monster.
I agree with some of his stuff, but I don't. He's a monster when it comes to Trump.
He's
a
monster. Yeah,
he
sure is. All right, you're not all bad. You don't like John Bolton. You're not all bad. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Dave from Detroit.
Speak up, Dave from Detroit. Speak up.
Isn't that great that Fox News and Newsmax settled their lawsuits and lost? And
yeah, sure. It's exciting. Yeah, maybe they could use some of that lawsuit money to buy you a phone that you can be heard on.
Maybe you could have some listeners, you know, for your low-rated show that's not even your own show.
We got you.
You haven't named it for somebody else.
We got you.
Loser.
We got you.
Yeah, I'm going to try to bring your ratings up. I'm helping you. You should thank me for all the work I do for you and how great I'm going to make you. No comment? Yeah.
No, it's not worthy of comment. All right, listen. I don't want to waste your time on a lowly rated show.
Send us a bill.
Exactly. Oh my goodness, he's helping us. All right, let's see what happens. They raid John Bolton and there's meltdowns on the phones. They're losing their minds. We don't even have details yet. You're on
It's pretty shocking news.
I'm so excited. I can't stand that guy. He's a monster. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Ben from Pompano. How you doing?
Oh man, Ben, the liberals in the audience are losing their mind. John Bolton's home raided by the FBI this morning.
I know. It's amazing.
I hope Bongino was. I hope Bongino went with him. I hope he went on the raid. He should go on the raid.
Oh, God. Yeah, later today we're going to get more and more details about it. And I think they're going to hopefully, because now, you know, I was so skeptical. I really questioned this whole, when are they going to arrest people? Now I just want to marinate and, like, savor this.
Okay, I got some information. I got the latest scoop from Fox, okay? Let's see if there's anything new here. Oh my gosh. If there's not, we'll just enjoy rehashing that John Bolton's home got raided by the FBI this morning. Okay.
All day, yeah.
Oh man, we're gonna party like it's 1999. Okay, Fox News, FBI agents raided the Maryland home of former National Security Advisor John Bolton on Friday morning. The search focused on potential classified documents agents believe Bolton may still possess, according to one source. Bolton, who served as President Donald Trump's national security advisor from 18 to 19, is not in custody or under arrest. Oh.
Shortly after the raid began,
it is understood that Bolton was at home. He was at home at the time. Federal agents reportedly busted into Bolton's house in Bethesda, Maryland at around 7 a.m. Eastern Time in an investigation ordered by FBI Director Director Kash Patel, who took to X with a cryptic post minutes later. No one is above the law, Kash said. Oh, yes. I want to retweet him. Who's next? FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino shared the post and wrote, "Public corruption will not be tolerated." Attorney General Pam Bondi said, "America's safety isn't negotiable. Justice will be pursued always." The probe was first launched years ago, but later shut down by the Biden regime, they said, into Bolton. Okay, so we don't have much new there, but it is exciting.
Is now under FBI investigation. Now, I want to be clear. These
I'm in shock. I never thought Bolton was one of the real bad guys.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks like he may be.
Yeah, he's the worst, Steve.
Everyone's on notice right now. This is going to send shockwaves across the entire Democrat liberal establishment. I hope every liberal in this audience is going to brace themselves for the absolute delight that's going to be the next 3 years of us bringing in Tiss James, of us bringing in people like Bolton, bringing in people like Comey, Brennan, Clapper, all the people who were part of the Russia case. The best blessing, man, God works in mysterious ways. The best thing they ever did was go after Trump the way they did. Because not only did they expose themselves, but now he won anyway, and now we're going to go back to them.
Let me ask you really, I just want to get this straight in my head. Do you really think that John Bolton is in the category with the other two guys we were talking about?
Oh, yeah. No doubt. Yes.
I think what's important here is them showing the willingness. They're not afraid to do it. And if they're going to do it with such small fish like John Bolton, why wouldn't they do it for, Brennan or these bigger guys? I mean, why waste your time? John Bolton, no, I don't think he's on the same level. He is a traitor. He is a rhino. He is a neocon. He's pretty much a Democrat. But I will say if they're willing to do it for this guy, it just gives us a little taste that they might be able to do it willing for more.
That's right.
Even so, it's time for the old, corrupt regime who lied to us for years and years and years about everything and helped Democrats to go down. And
that's right. Listen, we're late. We're late for the break, but I'm as excited as you are. Okay, now listen. I want to tell everybody the free doorbell camera offer at Slomin's is still in effect for a limited time. I want to stress that part. Okay, you can get a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your cell phone with the installation of your Slomin Shield. Slomin's is also going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. You'll get an LED touchscreen, a motion detector, 10 contacts, a lifetime warranty, a backup battery, plus a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Slomin Shield. Give them a call, toll-free, no matter where you're at, 833-283-5050, 833-283-5050. That's 833-283-5050. We'll be right back. All right. Okay. Oh, this is great.
Photographs right now in.
We're back with the Fox News Alert. We're back with the Fox News Alert. We're just learning the FBI agents have raided the Maryland home of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. It happened at 7 a.m. this morning.
Shortly after the raid began, FBI Director Kash Patel posting on X, quote, "No one is above the law. FBI agents on a mission."
Yes. Oh, my goodness. All right. The phones are ringing off the hook, Steve.
I can imagine.
This is great. The first, we're still in.
I have a question when you get back.
Okay, we got, let's see. We got just under 2 minutes. See, yesterday Trump said that he said to Pam Bondi that she's going to go down as the greatest attorney general in history because he knew this raid was coming this morning.
I bet he did.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Anybody
but
check?
I still have a question.
They better check the airports for Comey and Brennan and Clapper. All right.
So he's in custody now, Bolton?
No, they didn't. They said they didn't cuff him. They didn't arrest him yet. The raid just happened 90 minutes ago. It's still going on.
Really?
Hold on. Okay, we got about a minute. Is he on CNN or MSNBC? I forgot. Which one? Do you know, Steve? Is he's on MSNBC or CNN, Bolton?
As a guest?
He's a pundit on one of them. He's a paid contributor to one of them.
I'm not sure.
I think CNN, but it could be MSNBC. I can't remember. Does anyone know in the chat? Let me know.
They're pretty much interchangeable.
Mm-hmm. All right, 30 seconds. CNN. Oh, CNN. He's a CNN paid contributor and national security advisor. I got some advice. Take the deal. Take the deal. The first one to squeal gets the deal. All right, here we go. All right, we're back, and if you're just tuning in, John Bolton's home raided by Kash Patel's FBI this morning. What an exciting day, Steve.
Well, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is Bolton being charged with leaking the documents, or is he being charged with?
We don't know. We know nothing yet.
Possessing them.
We don't know anything yet.
Does that make a difference to you?
We don't know yet. Well,
does it make a difference?
A difference? If with handcuffs and a mugshot would satisfy me a little bit more. But I'm very excited because this lets us know that Pam Bondi is doing it and Kash Patel's doing it. They're going after the lawfare monsters.
Well, they're certainly not pulling any punches, that's for sure.
Yeah. I wonder if Kash Patel is keeping an eye on the airports for Clapper, Brennan, and Comey, probably the private airports. If they wanted to go down low, they'd fly coach on Southwest or something. You know, JetBlue. Take a coach flight on JetBlue. They'll never be looking for you there, Comey. All right, let's take some calls. The John Bolton raid party going on, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, good morning, Brian. It's George. I read an article this morning that the factory business, American business in Kiev or Ukraine was making coffee makers, not munitions.
I read today it was munitions.
Okay, I read it on Washington Post.
Washington Post. Yeah, right. That's a CIA paper. Woodward and Bernstein, Watergate, you know, Pentagon Papers. You can't believe anything in the Washington Post. It's toilet paper.
Okay, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what to believe in. Of course,
wasn't it the Washington Post it might have been the Washington Post that reported that the Humvees didn't have armor on the bottom of them in Iraq and started the IED craze by the terrorists?
Right. Well, you know, listen. With all my years with the CIA, what the hell can you believe anyway?
Oh, you're CIA? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have said all those things.
I'm the C-130 guy.
Oh, okay. I know who you are. Okay. Hey, appreciate the call. Oh, my goodness. All right. Take care. Let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Bruce from Lake Worth.
Hey, Bruce.
So it's sympathy for the leftists. I have talking points for them.
Talking points?
Because I feel bad for them.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, all they have to do is start screaming, Bolton had the Epstein files, Bolton had the Epstein files.
Yeah, they broke in to hide them. And the Stormy Daniels tape. He's got the Stormy Daniels sex tape. Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
You guys have a nice weekend.
You do, too. See look at the energy, Steve, that MAGA has now. See what this did?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? You don't sound happy.
I just disagree with you. I mean,
what do you disagree about?
I've never, well, let's put it this way. I have, up to this point, not equated Brennan and Clapper with John Bolton. I'm having trouble adjusting to that. If it's the case, it's the case.
but I need to know more.
This is what you need to know. He's a jerk, and he hates Trump, and he's got it's not Comey or Bolton, but that's okay. You got to start low and work your way up.
God, I have people in my family that don't like Donald Trump. Should they stop talking to Rachel?
Do they have classified documents at home? All right, hold on. I'm excited. Believe me, Steve, he's involved in the plots. He's deep state. He's part of the Bush inner circle. He's deep state, and he's been doing dirty things behind the scenes against the president, I promise you, other than just bad-mouthing him on CNN. Well, apparently they do, because they busted into his house today, Kash Patel, with the FBI. Okay, so apparently there is some evidence to something. Yeah. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Never Trumper Steve in Palm City.
Oh, Steve, welcome to the John Bolton raid party.
Hey, Steve.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see the difference between this raid and the Mar-a-Lago raid. I know the Mar-a-Lago one, the government was just about saying pretty please for about a year to get those documents back, and
Really?
he refused. We don't know.
They went in with
if the
machine
government
guns.
bothered.
They broke into the president's home with machine guns.
Well, you would expect that from Trump.
Look
What
at
does
this.
that
Look
mean?
at this
He's not
deflection.
guilty?
Look at this deflection. Why are you talking about the Mar-a-Lago raid from 2 years ago?
He's not guilty of anything.
This
At
is
this
breaking
point,
news.
He's not guilty of any. What? They went in with machine guns. So what? I mean, so what? What was John Bolton going to do? Come on. But is Steve there?
I'm right here.
Okay. I'm just curious. You still think Trump is going to run for a third term?
Yes. More every day, I think.
So I need Brian to do me a favor. He's not into doing me favors, but either Brian has got to do an intervention to take that drug away from you that you're taking that makes you think that, or send me some of those drugs. So then I will call in and say I want him to run for a third term.
Yeah,
the Constitution doesn't allow that.
He's trying to set you up, Steve. He wants you to mail drugs.
Excuse me. Were you saying that the qualifications for president can't be changed by Congress if they choose to?
They can try to change the Constitution if they want to.
It's been done
but
before.
As it now stands, he can't run a third time.
I'm talking about changing the job description. The Constitution is set up so that there can be refinements made in what it says.
It's been amended 27 times.
The amendment process.
It's been amended 27 times.
Yes, if it can be amended, yes, that's what I just said. However, if the election were to be held this November, or even next November in the midterm, based on the current...
He'd be swept in. Who would win it?
You're ignoring all the polls. You're ignoring all the polls. He's not up in any category.
So what are your feelings? Okay,
Listen,
there's breaking news going on. Never Trumper Steve. John Bolton's home raided by
You're
Kash
changing
Patel.
the subject.
No,
I
no.
just made a comment on it, but you're
No.
changing
What you've done is called in to get us to talk about anything other than that. Steve and I were talking about this glorious raid on John Bolton's home for classified documents, and you're trying to get us to talk about everything else under the sun. Hey, listen, we're up against a break. We're up against a break. Steve, we're late for the. I already let him go, Steve. I let him go. I didn't.
Steve, even though your opinion is warped, I'd like to have it anyway, just to get you on the record. What do you think? Do you think it's as bad if John Bolton didn't leak the documents, if he just had them in his possession?
I'd let him.
Didn't leak them.
He's not on.
Would that be better?
I let him go before you started asking your question, Steve. I didn't know you wanted to talk to him because we're late for the break. I'm sorry. We're late for the break. I want to tell him. Well, he can call back.
The question's out there if anyone wants to tackle it.
He can call back and answer it, I guess. I want to talk about coastal weight loss secret. This is absolutely amazing, and what's so amazing about it is not only that I've lost this weight. I got to the maintain phase. I have not gained a single ounce back, not a single ounce. And the reason is because Coastal Weight Loss Secret, the system they have, doesn't involve major lifestyle changes. There's no injections. There's no medications. I didn't exercise. I didn't starve myself. And I ate foods I would normally eat. So now that I'm in the maintain phase, I'm at the weight I was 29 years ago when I met my wife. and it's effortless to maintain the weight, right? Because that seems like, that yo-yo thing is what people get worried about. I haven't gained back an ounce. Give them a call. No matter where you're located, by the way, in America, you don't have to be local. Coastal Weight Loss Secret can help you. My results are typical. 561-247-6300, 561-247-6300, and online, coastalweightloss.secret.com. We'll be right back. Hey there, Steve. I got about 30 seconds. Hold on. Steve, you there?
Yes.
I'm conferencing in William Youngerman. Hold on. Okay, we have about 20 seconds, guys. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, and it's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated with our final gold and precious metals report of the week. How the metals closing out the week, William Youngerman?
Metals look like they're going to close a little bit lower to mixed. Yesterday we saw them close mixed with gold trading in a range of $3,326 on the low to $3,353 on the high, and closing out the day down $9 at $3,337.30 the ounce. Silver was up 24 cents at $38.07 the ounce. Platinum closed up $13 at $1,353, and palladium was down $6 at $1,107. Overnight, we saw gold trade in a range $33.20 on the low to $33.41 on the high, and gold right now down $14.30 at $3,323 the ounce. Silver down 32 cents at $37.75 the ounce. Platinum giving back its $13 gain yesterday, down $13 today at $1,340. And palladium up $9 at $1,116 the ounce.
Wow.
That's pretty much where we look like we're going to end the day. We'll see. The markets are still very stable within these confined trading ranges that we've been in for all summer. So
absolutely.
Yeah,
well, let me ask you this about gold, William, because these prices are so good. And, I wanted to talk to you about fractional gold for a moment. When it comes to fractional gold, because at these prices, somebody may have a little extra money, want to buy some fractional gold. What are you recommending in fractional gold right now?
So all of probably the best deal right now in fractional gold are the 10th ounce gold eagles. They're very popular. The premiums are somewhat reasonable on a small size item, or you can get the 5 gram gold bars. But pretty much all of the fractional gold is still on sale with the premiums much lower than they had been in recent years.
Yeah, and the fractional gold comes in many different sizes, and you guys can talk to William Youngerman and his team over there about that. But the 1/10 ounce gold eagles, those are really cool. They're very popular, and it's a 10th ounce of gold. It's a real coin from the U.S. Mint, and when you get 10 of them, you got an ounce of gold. Which is pretty cool. All right, listen, William Youngerman opens up at 10 a.m. His address is 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto Park Road. His phone number is 1-800-327-5010, 1-800-327-5010, and find both his phone number and address on his website, williamyoungerman.com. And, just real quick, one cool thing about the fractional gold, if you need some money for something, you don't have to get rid of a whole ounce. You can just, sell a tenth of an ounce or a quarter ounce or a half ounce if you need some money for something. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk on Monday.
Okay, have a nice weekend. Thank you.
All right, take
Bye.
care. Take care. All right, Steve, the phones are ringing off the hook, so let me go here and... All right, Steve, you want to take some more calls?
Yes.
Okay, we're having a John Bolton raid party here on the Steve Kane Show. If you're just tuning in, Kash Patel's and Dan Bongino's FBI raided the home of John Bolton this morning, believing he is in possession of classified documents. So we're very excited here. Steve's not, but I am. You're on the air. What's your name?
Wait a minute. You said believing you. In other words, they haven't confirmed that he has them?
Well, Steve, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel didn't break into his house without evidence that he had them. They had to get a warrant.
Whoa.
They had to go to a judge.
Holy cow.
They had to go to a judge and get a warrant. So they got to...
They all they had to do is tune into the Steve Kane Show and have you hear them declared guilty.
Yes.
You don't even need a trial.
Yes. You're on... Well, no, Steve, they went to a judge and got a warrant, so they have evidence. This is Trump's Justice Department.
Well, they've got something.
You're on the air. What's your name?
Brian,
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
You invited me.
Oh, yeah. I told Never
Trumper.
told Never Trumper Steve he could call back. I forgot what your question was, Steve. You had a question for Steve, and I forgot. Do you remember what it was, Steve?
No, I forgot my own question.
I'm sorry. If we could remember the question, we would talk. But all right, appreciate calling back. But we both forgot the question. Yeah, I'm sure you'll talk. All right. You're on the air. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Lynn from Boynton.
Hey, Lynn.
Hey, so, we're listening about this John Bolton, and, every time he used to come on TV, we would change the station. We just did not like this guy. We didn't like the way he looked. We didn't like how he talked or anything. Now that he got busted for this stuff, of course, he's not arrested or anything yet. But I'm saying to myself, I wonder how many other people from the Democratic Party have papers in their home that they're saying, oh, my God, we better burn this stuff because they're catching on and they're catching up to us. And they're all, like President Biden, he had all that stuff in his garage. Whatever happened to all that stuff? I mean, the deceit is so deep. I mean, it's going to take more than 4 years to go through it.
Well, it lets us know. But yesterday President Trump had that great event for the patrol of the city, and he looked over to Pam Bondi and said, "Pam Bondi, you're going to go down you may go down as the greatest attorney general in history." And that was because he knew the raid was coming this morning on this scumbucket John Bolton with his obscene mustache. Imagine what can you imagine what it's like having a meal with this guy? But he didn't say that about Pam Bondi just because of Bolton. There's other raids coming.
Can you imagine what it's like being convicted on the radio without a trial?
Steve, they got evidence. They went to a judge and got a warrant.
What do they got?
But
they got a warrant.
Steve, they do it in public. They do it right there in front of you. So trial or no trial, the guy is guilty by association, if anything.
That's right.
And he's got. And it might not be anything in those papers.
How many years do you get for association?
Life. And Leavenworth.
Hopefully at least one.
Yeah.
Hey, I think it's a good subject that you're on there, Brian. I love it.
And his
have
mustache.
A good weekend, you guys.
All right, you too. Take care. Steve, this is not the Biden or Obama Justice Department. This is the Trump Justice Department. So they went to a judge with evidence. They didn't go to some friend that they hang out with at parties and say, give me a warrant, I need a favor. So they've got evidence that John Bolton has classified documents, so they wouldn't have done this. They wouldn't have gotten the warrant. All right, let's take some more calls. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Stephen Bragg. Good morning. It's JJ from Mass.
Oh, JJ, Steve, you got to cheer Steve up. Steve's not enjoying the Bolton raid.
Steve,
I'm enjoying it. I mean, what are you...
Well, there's information that just came out. You remember at Mar-a-Lago they brought a safe crack guy to come in and take the safe open. When they raided his home today, they brought in a barber to go through the mustache. So I think
there you go. That's where the documents probably are.
They're hiding. They're all in that friggin' mustache of his. But no, I mean, to me, this is look. A lot of people were. the expectations. They were worried about, Pam and Dan and Bongino.
Well, yeah.
And I was looking at, everybody was sort of in the 5-minute grit area. Well, it's been 15 minutes. The grits are cooked and they're being served. And there's more on the way. This is a great day. It's just the beginning. He's not guilty yet, Steve. But, if you were to compare the FBI before Trump, would you consider them honest, credible?
No. Hey, listen, there's no question that people are being held accountable, and I think that's a good thing. But I did not, before this thing happened, do you really put in your personal opinion file now, did you really put Clapper and Brennan in the same category with
Well, to be completely honest, Stephen, in a personal, I would not put. Clapper and Brennan to me are the treasonous.
You don't think they're nervous? You don't think they're nervous?
Oh, they're very nervous. But I do not put Bolton in that. But Bolton in some respects is worse. I got you. He's worse to me though. The thing is, it's sort of like, when I'm walking out of my house. Well, when I'm walking out of my house, Steve, I don't expect my family to stab me in the back. Okay, I'm not checking my back. But if I'm walking out of that with Bolton, he's a snake. He was in there. He got close to. He was in there. He's the guy that'll stab us in the back. It's so.
Let me tell you, Steve. Let me tell you something.
Snake.
Let me tell you.
That snake that Trump talked
okay,
about.
listen. I would be shocked if John Bolton hasn't been working behind the scenes, conspiring with all these people on the entire. We found out a couple weeks ago. We found out a couple weeks ago that Barr, Trump's attorney general, was working with Fannie Willis on that RICO case.
And that's shocking.
Unbelievable.
So
yes.
I would not be surprised if Bolton's been working with these guys for years against the president. I would not. I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with Bolton. Bolton is definitely, but listen, Clapper and Brennan. Those two guys. That's like.
Well, they're the leaders. They're at the top of the thing. If you can't compare everything to the, it's like you're saying you see a pretty girl. Yeah, but she's not as hot as this one. Come on. He's a bad dude. John Bolton is a bad guy.
And the perception is this with well, the perception with Bolton is going to be this, and they're going to go after everybody. But the perception that's going to be played on the radio, and from even at a couple of callers, he's one of our own. So as far as that goes, great. He's one of our own. We go after anybody. So we're going to be going after Clapper, Brennan, all those guys. I think there's so much in the works behind the scenes that my imagination is going wild with all the different people they're going to arrest, and I just pray to God it happens, and I believe this is the first step.
And let me tell you, forgetting about the legality of everything, this guy's got an ego problem. That's what the mustache is about, and for his home to be raided on television and everything like it's going on right now, it's humiliating to a guy that's got a lot of ego issues. So, and a lot of these kind of raids, Steve, they may do it to trigger communications on all the people they're monitoring.
Exactly. Exactly. They're monitoring. The signal is intelligent. They're monitoring everybody.
I was talking earlier this week. Yeah, I was talking earlier this week that Comey video about Taylor Swift, I believe, was a coded message that he put out to communicate to his co-conspirators. Because he can't talk on the phone.
They didn't wait all this time.
I don't know.
They didn't wait all this time. Just to do Bolton to not have anything. There's no way in hell that there's definitely something there.
So, all these people are being monitored now, and their families, the cell phones, the emails, they got everything. They're probably even monitoring shortwave communications. These are the top spies. There
was a lady that used it. Remember the lady that used the shorthand radio?
Yeah, Bruce Orr, Nellie Orr, I think it was, that had the shortwave radio. Yeah, and I'm telling you, and this will trigger a party line right now. Right now, Comey, Clapper, Brennan, they're figuring out how can we communicate with each other.
Yeah, Daddy's home, and justice has come with him.
Yep. Remember what Tucker said: Daddy's coming home, and Daddy's pissed.
Yep.
All right, take care, man. Oh, my goodness, Steve, this is a great day, a great weekend. Cancel your weekend plans and Follow the news all weekend long.
Just sit by the radio.
Yeah.
Important TV.
Oh, my goodness. I am so freaking excited. I knew something was up yesterday when President Trump was he was praising Pam Bondi just a little too much, and she was so giddy. I'm like, there's something going on. I didn't know it was this. I didn't know what. But now we know, and this is the beginning of it. The lawfare people are being brought down. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. My name is Brian Craig. Steve Kane, of course, has been here as well. We'll be back with you live Monday morning at 6 a.m. If you're on hold, hang in there. We'll be back in 72 hours, less than 72 hours now. But we got a great weekend ahead. John Bolton's home raided by Kash Patel's FBI this morning. God bless Donald Trump. See you Monday, 6 a.m. Just in time. The cat's going nuts. Now, those of you guys watching online, if you're new, make sure that you subscribe. And do me a favor, click the notification bell. You know, I started yesterday coming on the air here on YouTube. Yeah, that's Haku. Haku knows it's 9 o'clock, and I go off the air at 9. Hold on, let me take care of Haku. Then I'll be back with you guys. All right, Haku, hold on. Okay, hold on. All right, Haku. Okay, all right, guys. So Haku's got a clock. He knows it's 9 o'clock. You're supposed to be off the air, Brian. That's my daughter, one of my daughter's cats, Haku. But he's very quiet until 9. I came on early the last 2 days. Yesterday I came on at 5:30, and today I came on at 20 after 5. So I've actually been on the air almost 4 hours. So I'm expanding the show. And what's happened is my local Starbucks started opening up at 5 a.m. so I can get my coffee at 5. And as soon as I get home, I'm going to fire up and go live. And but if you'd like to call in, I'll take a couple more calls before I end for the day. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Diana from Indiana.
Oh, Diana from Indiana.
I just wanted to call and say I am so excited that John Bolton's house has just been raided. And I'm sorry I have to go there and say that, but anybody that knows anything about him are in a very exciting mood right now.
Well, when you say
the reason why I called you and Steve is because I wanted you guys not to forget that they just recently brought in Attorney General Andrew Bailey from out of Missouri to join up with Dan Bongino.
That's right.
And we're starting to see things cook. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. When you say anybody who knows John Bolton knows, what do you know about John Bolton?
Excuse me?
What do you know about John Bolton? You said anybody that knows about John Bolton is excited. Tell us about John Bolton? I'm excited.
Well, John Bolton, you understand, worked for the Trump administration in his first term.
That's right.
And I think he was there to not only spy on him, but to backstab him.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate the call. If you'd like to call in, I'll stay on a little while longer. Jonathan Turley was talking on Fox. I've not heard this yet, so I'm hearing this for the first time. This is Turley. He's on Fox this morning, covering the raid on John Bolton's home by the FBI. Oh, hold on, I got to turn the volume up. Okay, let me rewind. Here we go.
He's been accused of using classified information in his book that he wrote in 2020.
Ooh,
do you know
great.
what was in that book? What classified information he wasn't supposed to share?
Yeah, that's what is intriguing here, because these are long-standing allegations that the book indicated or referenced classified material that he may have acquired when he was in the administration. We're not clear as to what that is, but it would suggest that it could be national defense information. The reason that's important is that creates a heightened potential penalty. So you can have penalties that range from 5 to 20 years. 20 years tends to be the sentences for concealing information, obstructing justice. Simply having classified information can weigh in at about 10 years. And there are often multiple counts because each of those documents can be charged separately. So there is a strange history here. So you had these allegations coming out as early as the first Trump administration. Then there was an allegation that the Biden administration essentially scuttled a further look at this case. Right. And now we have this new development. But we really don't know if there's something that has occurred most recently, whether they uncovered something that they believed is sort of evergreen, that this is still a viable criminal case.
Oh, boy, this is getting good. All right, let's take some of these calls. Let's go. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, this is Steve from Staten Island.
Hey, Steve.
I do. I'm just excited about what had happened about that guy's getting his house.
Yeah, me too.
Raided. The thing is that 2-1 is if they find something interesting. Don't be surprised if a lot of other Democrats start calling their lawyers and starting to keep them on.
Well, remember, John Bolton. John Bolton's a Republican, a Bush Republican neocon, and Comey's a Republican. This just dropped. Right. Listen to this. Listen to this. From a source familiar with the raid on Bolton's home, they say this. This is related to a national security investigation of Bolton. Okay. A source says he wasn't detained, but he is expected to be charged. So they're expecting charges on John Bolton. Oh, yes. Perfect.
I'm sure these are fake Republicans who are trying to backstab our great president.
They're deep state. That's the swamp. Deep state.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is where we drain it now. Big time.
And it lets us know that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel are doing their job.
Oh, they're doing a fantastic job. I think everyone else who's quote unquote a Republican, yeah, right, like those guys, are going to be feeling a little scared. And then you're going to see Democrats saying, "Oh, we don't know anything about that. Oh, we don't know that person at all." Right?
Yeah. All right. Appreciate the call.
Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you. All right. Yeah, if you want to call in, the radio show's over, but I'm still here on YouTube. You're welcome to call in. The number's pinned in the chat. It's the same number, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, it's Deirdre from Delray Beach, Florida. How are you, Brian?
Oh, how could I not be wonderful? I mean, I'm ready to party. Yeah, what do they say? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Day. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to say I really enjoy your show a lot. I've been listening to you since November of 2020. I found your show when I used to listen to Richard Pearl.
Oh, yeah, sure. The late Richard Pearl.
Yeah, I love him and I miss him a lot. And I just wanted to say that, John Bolton used to come to the resort where I work.
Really?
And he used to have, I work at the Boca Raton Resort and Club.
Wow.
I've been there 29 years.
Wow.
Yeah, he came a couple of times. We had a whole Secret Service entourage.
Oh, please.
Yeah, sometimes we do get political figures. We've had Condoleezza Rice. We had President Obama. We had George Bush Sr., especially when we used to have the Chrissy Everett tournaments.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Were you there when Bolton was there?
Yes, but I was at the gate, so I just let his entourage in. Sometimes he would come to the beach club. Sometimes he would come through the main gate. But most of the time, they'd have their meetings at the beach club.
Yeah.
So I sometimes was at the gate. So we'd have the Secret Service come first and open up the gate.
Well, I didn't realize all the neocons went there.
Yeah, sometimes. But, we get a few celebrities. Every now and then.
Who's the most famous person you've seen? Who's the most famous celebrity you've seen?
In person, Chuck Norris.
Really? Chuck Norris? Oh, my goodness. How lucky. That's cool.
Yeah. Well, he was there with the Chrissy Everett event many years ago, and I bumped into him when I worked second shift. Now I work first shift.
Oh. Well, listen, I appreciate the call, man. All right. Thanks so much. All right. You never know who's listening. People, all kinds of connections. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air.
Hey, Brian, IB.
Hey, IB. It's a great day to celebrate.
Since you ran late, I just wanted to quickly chime in on Bolton because what it reminds me of is when Trump's attorney, Avenatti, was always on TV where they always had him on to undermine Trump.
Yes.
And Bolton was kind of, to me, in that same position, but I never knew his background to a real full extent. But every time I did see him, I always thought of him as the Avenatti, and he was always undermining Trump. And it's good to see that they're starting with someone that has documents to set precedent to see who else may still have documents in their possession, i.e. Comey.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, these people are so stupid after everything they've done. How can this guy in his right mind still possess classified documents? The idiocy alone of that should put him in jail for 10 years.
No doubt.
That's all I wanted to say.
All right, IB, take care. I know. I mean, this is exciting because, listen, it's what I said to the callers. This is exciting, not just because I don't like John Bolton. It shows that Pam Bondi's doing her job, and so is Cash. Okay, they're doing their job, and right at the end of the show today, I told the caller, I said one of the reasons what this does is it triggers chatter among the people that they have surveillance up on, and all these people we talk about all the time, they are all under surveillance, as are their families and friends, and they're monitoring every means of communication they can possibly be involved in, and something like this goes down. All these people are in a panic right now. And even though they're the top super spies, they've got to be talking, or at least wanting to talk, and getting nervous. And when people get nervous, they screw up. And believe me, they're not happy about this because this whole class. One of the things you got to understand about John Bolton, it's not so much about who he is; it's what he is. John Bolton is part of not just the swamp; he's part of the deep state, literally. Part of the deep state. Remember, he got that UN ambassadorship appointment from GW. Remember that? And liberals hated him. They were calling him a Nazi. Now they're going to love him today, probably. But he's part of the deep state, the super deep state that's been after the president all these years. These guys all think they're invincible. And for any one of them to get picked up like this is a big deal, a big elevation, and a big change in anything that we've seen anywhere. So this is not just exciting from a personal. There's a lot of personal satisfaction because he's a jerk, right? But it's beyond the personal satisfaction. This is the beginning of Pam Bondi, Kash Patel bringing down the deep state lawfare people. And I was shocked to find out how involved Barr was with Fannie Willis in Fulton County. That it was his idea to do the RICO, which is what Fannie got him with. This guy's been involved. I would bet anything on it, wouldn't you? That he's been involved at different levels with all these conspiracies against President Trump, and it's the beginning of it. And we've all been impatient. And I'm not going to apologize for being impatient. We've all been impatient, and I'm sure the president's been impatient. And I want to know if we got an indictment on him from one of the grand juries. They must have gotten something to go to the judge and get this. I'd like to know if it's a no-knock one. Well, all will be revealed today because this is going to be the big story of the day. If you're new to my channel, make sure that you subscribe. And if you could like the video and share on your socials, that would help a lot. Liking the video helps grow the channel a lot. And I want to remind you again, I'm starting the show earlier in the morning now. Yesterday I started at 5:30. Today I started at 5:20. And moving forward, I'm going to start the show as early as I can every day before the radio show. So make sure you click the notification bell so that you get a notification when I go live before the show. But it'll probably still say going live at 6 a.m. even though I'm going to go live earlier. I don't want to put in a time and say I'm going to be live every day at this time. All right, let me go to Fox, see what updates we have. Oh, look at this. DC paid protester request served 400%. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. Hold on, let me go to Fox. See here. John Bolton's home searched by federal agents, an early morning raid. Okay, let's see if we got something new here. Let me see. Is this the same story I just played, or is it new? Let me cue it up and let's find out. This is what we've been waiting for. Well, let me cue this up before I go. I want to get the latest updates. I hate when you got to wait for a commercial to play a video, but sometimes you got to do it. Hold on. I'll pull it up as soon as the commercial's done. It's not one of those that you're allowed to skip. It's an Aldi commercial. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let's see. This is new or the same one I just played.
We're just learning the FBI agents have raided the Maryland home of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. It happened at 7 a.m. this morning.
Shortly after the raid began, FBI Director Kash Patel posting on X, quote, "No one is above the law. FBI agents on a mission."
Okay, yeah, that's the same story from earlier. Let me see what CNN has. If they have anything on it. Let's see. Okay, here's CNN. FBI conducts search at John Bolton's home. Okay, let's see what they have. Oh, another commercial. Hold on, let me go through this, and then I'm looking for just a little bit of new information. Was it a no-knock warrant? Did they have the media with them? Are we going to see body cam footage? What was his reaction when they got there? Was he completely caught off guard? Did he know they were coming? My guess would be they did not know he was coming if they did it at 7 a.m. They would have done it at a different time if he knew they were coming. Okay, hold on. This is CNN's coverage. Let's see what they say.
Former Deputy Director of the FBI, Andy McCabe, is back with us. Andy, thanks for jumping back on. Your reaction to this news, a court-authorized FBI raid of John Bolton's home.
We love it.
Yeah, well, it's really stunning. I mean, I don't think many people saw this one coming, but so let's level set exactly why the FBI is there. Now, of course, we don't have the substance of what it is they're investigating, but we do know that if they're at his home, they have to have a federal search warrant, which means they went in front of a federal court, a U.S. Judge, and presented probable cause.
That's right.
That evidence of a crime exists in that location. There's absolutely nothing, I think, publicly known about allegations of criminal activity against John Bolton. We know he's been involved in disputes with the former Trump administration over whether or not he had, improperly had classified information in his book. So I think that's logically something that people think of as a possibility here, but we really don't know yet because we haven't and likely will not see the affidavit that supports that search warrant. Typically, those affidavits are not made public until after, and only if someone is charged publicly and indicted.
Oh, maybe he'll get charged.
And Andy, I mean, to remind everyone, I mean, and anyone who watches the program will know this very clearly because, I mean, Bolton was on just this week talking to us.
Yes, he was.
Since he has left the administration, in the book that he wrote about the first Trump administration,
one of their co-workers,
called The Room Where It Happened, and since he has been a very vocal critic of the president and his policies, kind of up and down. And Donald Trump has gone after John Bolton on social media many a time. So there is quite a bit of animosity between these two people outside of the work that they did together. What can John Bolton was called by CNN and said that he's not entirely sure what's going on and he was going to look into it himself. What do you expect is the first thing that we are going to learn about this? Likely hearing it from Bolton himself, I assume.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the likely first source of information.
All right, they got nothing other than panic. I love it. Let me take another call or two. You're on the air. What's your name?
60 days and it's over. It's Jack from Sarasota again. I know you're in the after show, so I figured I'd call you again.
Okay.
60 days.
What's over in 60 days?
I heard about the breaking news.
Yes.
Federal judge is shutting down Alligator Auschwitz. What do you think of that?
A judge, an Obama-appointed judge, ordered it being shut down, but it's not going to be shut down.
Actually, it is. They have 60 days to shut everything down. What do you think of that?
I told you it's not going to happen.
Earlier.
It's not going to happen.
You didn't answer it earlier either. It is happening.
It's not happening, and it's not going to. The judge said that, but it's not going to hold up.
Why are you acting like a child, Brian? Just because you don't want something to happen?
No, I'm sorry to burst your fantasy, but this Obama judge who ordered it shut down, that decision's going to be appealed, and it's going to hold up.
60 days is a long time. It's actually not as long as the amount of time that they haven't released the files.
Okay. Listen, I'm gonna run, but take care. Take care. He's numb, right? The John Bolton, he's numb. What a lunatic. Listen, if you're new, make sure you subscribe. This is the first 4-hour show I've done in a long time. And I've wanted to expand the show's length for quite a while, and I just started doing it yesterday. So this is the new normal, people. My name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. If you're already subbed, do me the favor of liking the video, click that notification bell, and of course, I'll be back this afternoon with all the updates on the John Bolton raid. Take care. Thanks for watching, everyone.